times for this to happen too. If you don't know, this is like this is a time where there's other popular channels that have a show where they all get together and have conversations about the goings on during the week. So it's kind of a difficult time for me. I only have to stream, like, I normally don't stream on Thursday for that reason, but this week I sort of have to because I've missed too many streams. And I've got to stream on Thursday. So let's see, what are we doing? We need that. Not that. Go like that, and then go like that, and then go like that. We'll be up and running, hopefully in a very short time. All right, so opening up that stream. Get There we go. Sorry about the outage, chat. Look, I really don't want to say it, but it does feel like I'm going to have to get a new computer. There's too many problems happening. This isn't even all of it. There's just like a lot my computer is not really handling right now, so. There we go. We have a thumbnail. And we dumped the poll too, unfortunately. We dumped the poll. Sorry about that. Twitch, are we good? Let me know in chat. YouTube, it looks like we're good on YouTube. And let's see right here. What else am I looking for? Yeah, there we go. There's shorts. We back. Well, shorts, you didn't drop, did you, shorts? Shorts, are you okay? You might have dropped a few. It looks like we lost a few viewers in shorts, so.
Speak not a word of English, costing local taxpayers hundreds of thousands of dollars, and the town is virtually bankrupt.
We're gonna rewind it.
People
maybe I should just like wait for people to get back. Yeah, again, it's a very difficult night to stream, and the way that streaming works is it's kind of like a snowball, right? And if the snowball is big, then it's no problem. It doesn't even matter. Right? If I can start my stream early enough, then it doesn't even matter because like the stream is so big and it's like pulling people in from everywhere. But if you ever get into the point on a Thursday night where the snowball is small, you get stuck. It's really bad. It's really brutal. And Twitch doesn't crash nearly as much. Well, here's what happens, Omega Star. Twitch crashes along with YouTube, but it picks right back up. It'll usually combine the. In fact, let's see exactly what it did tonight. What's up, Will, Florida? I'm kind of curious how it went. Did it start a new stream? Either way, on Twitch you can stay in the stream, right? On Twitch and on Shorts you can stay in the stream if anything ever goes down. Yeah, it did start a new stream. Interesting. Regardless, thanks for being here. Thanks for supporting me. Well, I don't know. Like maybe we sent out a new notification. Maybe that's a good thing. I could see some people that weren't here before. If you don't know what's going on, my stream just crashed. My computer is very old and it somehow just like times out and it kills the YouTube stream in a way that it just can't reattach, right? It's supposed to, like, YouTube is supposed to, if you ever like get disconnected, it's supposed to like when you get back on, it's supposed to just like, cut. You can stay in the same chat, in other words, right? With me, because of my streaming software, if the stream goes down from a stream that I've planned, right? So in other words, a stream that you see ahead of time that there's going to be a stream today, right? If you see that, then basically if the stream goes down, it's a brand new stream that has to come back up. So you can't stay in the same chat. You've got to go to the different stream. Let me make sure that we're all good in terms of the people that are on. Looks like that stream did indeed time out. Let's give them the link for this one. If somebody hasn't already done that. Oh, it already disconnected. God damn it. All right, well, I'm having a great day. We lost the poll. when that happens, that's the other thing that's really annoying. It looks like Brianna Wu leaves the left. Oh my god, gotta like write this down. I don't even know what to do. All right, look. That's what we had. 35% for Brianna Wu leaves the left. 24% for Breathe Into Your Balls. 22% for AJW Simps for Anna Kasparian. 20% for MTG Laura Loomer. And the only thing that I had down, right, we're at 21% of the dono goal. That's a little bit more than 1/5 of the way there. And the only thing, oh, wait. I just saw something. Will, Florida, you donated some memberships earlier. I'm wondering which of these topics you want to see next, right? Because here's the deal. When you donate, not only do you push our dono goal forward and get us closer to 100%, you make it more likely for us to get bonus content in the first place, but you also get to choose what to do with your donation. So when you donate, you can add your donation as a percentage to the topic of your choice. All you got to do is let me know in the chat which of the topics that you want to see as bonus content. We've got Brianna Wu leaves the left combined with Brianna Wu yells at Chud Logic for some reason. We've got Breathe Into Your Balls. Yes. We got Marjorie Taylor Greene versus Laura Loomer. Maybe Laura Loomer's a little too racist for Marjorie Taylor Greene. And we've got Actual Justice Warrior Simps for Anna Kasparian. Those are our choices. You can also say Vox Populi if you're just like, hey, whatever everybody's voting for, that's what I want, right? Then your Vox Populi actually helps the thing that's winning in the poll win in the final vote, right? It takes emphasis away from the donations and puts emphasis back towards the chat. So that's how it works. And when you donate, you have you were gifted. Oh, did I miss that? Okay. Oh my God. Will it show me if I click? Oh, it won't show me. It won't show me. I don't know who gave those gift subs. Well, if it's you, so this also goes for if you gifted earlier and you either I didn't have the poll up, or you didn't realize that was a thing or whatever. You can always say this retroactively. You could always say that's retroactively, but yeah, Will is correcting me. Will was gifted a membership rather than gifting. That's very honest of you. You could have just taken credit for all of that, and I would not have known the difference.
Destroying their entire way of life. This was a.
All right, let's start over.
Using this app, think of it.
Let's start over with Trump.
Are using this app, think of it, to bring thousands and thousands of people here illegally. Over the past 3.5 years, Harris-Biden administration has resettled 500,000 illegal immigrants from the failed state of Haiti, which is a totally failed country, very sad situation, into American communities, including over 200,000 who Kamala has illegally flown into the United States by airplane. Think of that. And they're coming out of Haiti, and they're coming out of other...
Donald, they're refugees. It is a human rights issue when someone's life is in danger because of the country that they live in, particularly in the case of a country like Haiti, in which the United States has a lot to do with the political problems in Haiti. If you don't understand, if you don't know about this, right? The government of Haiti is not a government of, for, and by the people of Haiti. It's a government imposed upon Haiti by the United States, that it does not have the popular mandate. That's why there are political problems in Haiti, right? Because of us. So the moral thing to do, the human thing to do, when people's lives are fucking in danger because of your foreign policy, is to give those people refugee status, right? Some of those people in that video that we watched yesterday, they want to be back in Haiti. Their home is in Haiti. They don't want to leave Haiti, but they had to leave Haiti because it's too fucking dangerous. It's too fucking dangerous to be there right now. So what Trump is advocating for is a monstrous Hitlerian policy of allowing people to die because of decisions made by the United States. That's fucked up, bro. That's fucked up.
Failed countries, at levels that nobody has ever seen before. In addition to Aurora, Colorado, there's a place called Springfield, Ohio, that you've been reading about. 20,000 illegal Haitian immigrants have descended upon the town of 58,000 people, destroying their entire way of life. This was a beautiful community, and now it's horrible what's happened. Enrollment on the state's Medicaid and food.
I love how he acts like Haiti has no history and there's no reason. Yeah, that she just randomly was like, hey, let's fly over some Haitians and resettle them in Springfield so they can eat the geese and eat people's cats.
Assistance programs have soared. Motor vehicle accidents have skyrocketed. Recording of 911 calls even show residents are reporting that the migrants are walking off with the town's geese.
The town's geese? Does he not understand how geese work? Donald, they're migratory birds. They're called Canada geese or Canadian geese because during the summer, they tend to live in Canada, and during the winter, they fly south. The town's geese, really, the town's geese, yes. You just like, if you live in the Midwest, all right, you've experienced the absolute plague that is the Canada goose, all right? They come in, they go to the lakes, you know, in the town. They poop all over the place. You can't walk because there's too much poop, right? This is not like, oh, the town's geese. Oh, what are you gonna do? I'm gonna go out and hang out with the town's geese. Let's feed some geese. No, nobody, like, these birds fucking take over. They take, like, the funny thing, right, is that we're talking about like migrants from, you know, Haiti. We're talking about essentially, like, you know, actually refugees from Haiti, demonizing the fuck out of them, saying that they're like fucking up the neighborhood, when in actuality, the geese are fucking up the entire Midwest, and they do it every single fucking year. And it's an animal, okay? It's a wild animal that migrates, actually. Funny enough, you know, migrant, right? Migratory birds is what we're talking about, not the town's geese, not some sort of like town treasure, not some sort of like, oh yes, we have a nice little pond and we populate it with geese because we want to have geese. No, these are Canada geese, right? And they are wild animals. And you know what? I don't know if you know this, but Americans are known to hunt birds, shoot birds, and take the birds home and eat them. This is a normal thing. I don't do it. I don't eat meat, but other people do. And I've been told all my life that I am the weird one for not eating animals, right? They keep on saying this, like they're eating animals. They're eating the animals. The animals are getting eaten. Oh my God, Donald, how many animals did you eat today? How many animals did you eat today? You're acting like people in the United States don't eat animals. Are we a vegan country? What are you talking about, bro? This doesn't make any sense. None of this fucking makes sense.
They take in the geese. You know where the geese are? In the park, in the lake. And even walking off with their pets. My dog's been taken. My dog.
Hey, let me mention something else, right? Pets run away. Pets go missing. Pets get hit by cars, right? A pet missing does not indicate that a person from Haiti has eaten it, all right? It means that the animal's missing. God fucking damn it. This is just...
This can only happen. These people are the worst. I'm telling you.
They're eating the animals, folks. They're the worst. Donald Trump, he's vegan for the animals, apparently.
Biden and Kamala, this is the worst combination in the history of our country. The only one happy is Jimmy Carter, because he's no longer referred to as the worst president in history.
Yeah, Donald hates dogs, famously hates dogs.
Not even close.
Does he realize this BS sounds crazy? Here's the bad thing about this, chat. This isn't going to help him. All right? The Aurora thing might help him. That could be a positive for him, right? They successfully, like, spammed that meme, right? That the Venezuelan gangs, like, people are scared of gangs. People are scared of, people are xenophobic. People are scared of crime, right? That's real, right? Like, in terms of, you can get a reaction, you can demagogue that, right? But you can't demagogue they're eating the cats, they're eating the dogs, because they're obviously not. But what you can do is get people that were already going to vote for Trump to be genocidal towards Haitians. And that's what I'm worried about. I'm actually not worried about this having, like, this is probably going to hurt Trump in the election, right? It's probably going to make him sound silly, unpresidential, et cetera, right? It's a net loser for him. It doesn't win him any new voters, but it's putting people in danger. It's putting people, and the people that came from existential danger, people who came from a life-threatening situation, and now their lives are threatened again because of political instability, thanks to demagogic assholes like this guy.
Likewise, the small 4,000 person town of Charleroi, Pennsylvania.
Canadian geese are a protected species by law? Mark Sprinkle, are you from the Midwest? Canada geese don't need protection. All right? They are protection. If you've ever been close to a goose, right? Close enough for the goose to feel threatened, you have probably been viciously attacked and bitten and fucked up. Like, those geese will go for you. If you have balls, those geese will go for your balls. Those geese will bite your fucking balls, right? Those geese don't need to be protected by shit. Like, that. Wow, that's the wildest thing you could say. They're a protected species. They're a protected species. We gotta protect our national treasure that poops all over the lake. Yeah, we gotta protect. If you know, right? If you lived in the Midwest, you know that the Canada goose is not a snowflake that needs protection. It is not it's not in danger. It is a fucking menace. It is a fucking menace. Today I actually spoke to someone who called Haitians savages, like Disney's Pocahontas. Damn. And they were absolutely serious. Yeah, I don't doubt it. Soapy says I'm vegan too, so anyone who eats animals is equally weird to me. Right. That's the whole thing. It's like, right. I don't eat animals myself, but I'm the weird one. Don't give the Trump campaign more fodder. What about the geese? Not in Minnesota. We have a very long hunting season.
What a beautiful name.
I don't know if anybody hunts Canadian. Do people hunt Canadian geese? I don't know if they're good to eat. I just like, look, when I imagine geese, like, it just takes me back to a place. They have shiny metallic poop, okay? And if you've ever gotten it on your shoe or on your clothes, right? It is disgusting shit. They have this shiny, like, metallic poop, right? And so when I think of geese, I think of that shiny metallic poop, and I cannot for the life of me imagine anyone trying to eat a Canadian goose.
But it's not so beautiful.
They are tasty? Wait, really?
Has experienced a 2,000% increase in the population of Haitian migrants under Kamala Harris. So Pennsylvania...
Again, this is because of the economy. There's a factory there that can't hire enough workers, and so has been bringing in, like, Haitian immigrants. This is not a government thing. This is not a Kamala Harris thing. This is literally the economy. Midwestern towns are hollowed out because the auto industry, it's not what it used to be, right? And so all the little cities around there, they're cities that used to have industries based on the auto industry, right? They make the cars in Detroit. They make the windows in South Bend. They make the doors and the windows in South Bend. They make, you're right, all these other towns, all these satellite towns, like close to Detroit, they make other stuff that goes into the cars. They make auto parts, right? And so that business went downhill too, right? So they got deindustrialized, right? And a lot of people, if they could, they moved out of those towns. They moved out of those cities. They moved somewhere else, right? If you're young, you don't want to be there because now and then you got a bunch of old people that are voting right wing. Nobody wants to be there. So, like, if you're young, you're getting out of there too. You're going to college somewhere else. Like, you're getting the fuck away from there. And so there's just like the populations have gone like way downhill, right? So now they've got industry there because it's cheap to have a plant there, and they don't have workers for that plant. So they bring in workers. The capitalists, the factory owner brings in workers. The city, the politicians, they bring in workers because they need workers. They've got industry now. Now they need workers to make the fucking economy work, right? It's the market that did this. It's not Kamala Harris. It's not Joe Biden. It is political instability caused by the United States, caused by United States foreign policy, right? And that's displaced these people. And it is the market that has brought them into that city, the market that needs their skills, that needs those workers in that area. That's what's going on. A fucking dying town brought in workers to jumpstart the economy. All right?
Remember this when you have to go to vote. Okay, just remember this. 2,000% increase. This is a small town. All of a sudden, they got thousands of people. The schools are scrambling to hire translators for the influx of students who don't speak not a word of English, costing local taxpayers hundreds of thousands of dollars, and the town is virtually bankrupt. This flood of illegal aliens is also bringing massive crime to the town and every place near it.
Pepsi Man says we don't have enough people and white and families to fail to have sufficient children. Well, yeah, and when you do, look, let me be real. As one of those children, I'm one of those children. I'm one of those children. All right. I read the writing on the wall, and I got the fuck out. Right? I'm from there. I'm from there. I know exactly what I'm talking about. This is why I know about Canada geese. Right? This is why I know that they don't need protection, right? They're not an endangered species. They fucking take over the lakeside is what they do, honestly, right? So yeah, this is like, it is a depressed kind of place. It is a sad kind of place, right? Like the industrial engine in Detroit that fired the economy in the Midwest, like, just crashed. And it's not a good place to be. It doesn't have prospects. It doesn't have a future, right? So if you can, you get out. If you can go to college somewhere else, you go to college somewhere else, and you set down. There's so many Midwesterners, like on the West Coast, on the East Coast, everywhere, anywhere they can be, other than the Midwest, because the Midwest has gone to shit. And now that it's gone to shit, and all of us kids have gone other places, right? When the land or the whatever, that your factory, whatever you have to do to build a factory becomes so cheap that industry like moves back into there. Now there's nobody to work those jobs, right? Everybody's like a retiree. Everybody's either a retiree or they don't want to watch they don't want to work those jobs, right? So they bring people in to work those jobs, which should kind of bring the town's economy back to life. And now you got demagogue Trump being like, stoking people's fears.
Earlier this year in Massachusetts, one of the Haitian illegals who Kamala flew into America was charged with raping a 15-year-old girl and badly hurting her.
And that's all that has to happen. One incident. Even that, I'm like doubtful because it's Trump saying it. I'm a little doubtful. Like, did that really happen, Trump? Is that really the truth? Did that really happen? But all it takes is one like Haitian like crashing with a bus, right? To be like, oh yeah, I guess this is what Haitians do, right? Remember, like, I think 25 to 30% of that town is because of how many people have left, right? And how many people they needed to move in to run those factories, right? Is Haitian. So like 1 out of 3 people in that town are Haitian. So when one out of 3 people in the town gets in a wreck with a bus, the entirety of that population, the entirety of that group is blamed. Now it's like Haitians crash buses and kill white kids. Like, I don't know what the fuck this is, right? But you sure as fuck don't see this happen. Automobile accidents, like the second or third top killer in the country. As far as like causes of death, automobile accident is way the fuck up there, right? So this is happening all the time, usually with like, citizens that when it's a white person that's a citizen that causes the wreck, then it's just you never see, oh God, white people always killing kids in buses, right? But when it's part of the Haitian community, then it's like, oh yeah, that's what they do, isn't it? They're all doing that. Like, the whole group fucking gets blamed, right? One violent crime happens, perpetrated by a member of that community, and now the whole community is regarded as violent criminals. How fucked up is that? Can you imagine if this worked the other way? Can you imagine if people started to like fear and hate white citizens of the United States because of a white citizen of the United States perpetrating a violent crime or getting in a car wreck or something like that? I mean, there's a lot more evidence on that side. There's a lot more of occurrences of violent crimes being committed by people like that than there are the other way around. But it never works like that. It's never like that. There's never this group punishment. There's never this group guilt for the group, in power. So this is so frustrating.
Also in Massachusetts, a Haitian migrant was charged with raping a pregnant woman and beating her very badly. Yet another Haitian migrant who she imported was arrested for molesting a 10-year-old child who lived right next door. The child.
If I wanted to, I could go off about priests right now. And I bet you can imagine what I'd say, right? If we want to talk about like groups of people perpetrating, crimes like the one that he just described, there's a lot of that going on in not just the Catholic Church, but churches in general. There's a lot of that going on in scouting, right? They had a big scandal about that, right? I mean, what? There's so many relatives, right? Are the most common perpetrators of that kind of crime. Should you be suspicious of your relative? Should you be like, yo, my relatives, fuck them, right? Fuck them. I heard about a relative of that harmed a child. It's so fucking wild what he's trying to do here. Daniel Laster says it isn't one incident. Daniel, do you know what isn't one incident? Automobile fatality. Let's find out. How many people in the year automobile fatalities 2023. Or 40,990 people died in motor vehicle traffic crashes in 2023. That's a decrease from 2022 of 42,514. Right? Top causes of death. Leading causes of death, CDC. Heart disease, no, it's number 1. Cancer, number 2. Accidents, unintentional injuries, number 3. Now, this probably includes, oh God, I wish they would separate it out. But I'm sure like a lot of the most of these 222 or 227,000 are automobile accidents. Yeah, COVID was actually number 4. COVID was number 4. It's kind of amazing that they don't separate out automobile accidents, considering that they just like lump it all together as accidents. But
child next door was badly, badly hurt. In New York this year, an illegal brought in through Kamala's migrant phone app was charged with savagely murdering his two roommates. He had two roommates set up by the people that set that up in this country. Welcome. They go, welcome. What would you like? Oh, I'd like to have a nice room. Okay, we'll give you two roommates. Viciously stabbing them to death. But these are just a few of the many, many stories.
There was an American named Amanda Knox who was charged with a brutal murder in Italy. Whether or not she did it is actually the subject of a lot of controversy. They had several trials. One of the trials found her guilty. I think later, there's an appeal and she was found not guilty, right? But for a while in Italy, like, American students were regarded with like a little bit of trepidation. Not like this, though. Not quite like this, right? And it's silly. It's silly. It's silly to be like, yeah, every American student studying in Italy, potential, knife murderer. Like, you got to watch out for those American students. They'll stab you. They'll fucking stab you, right? Amanda Knox, come on, right? Like, this is so silly. This is so fucking silly. I mean, it would be silly if it wasn't for the fact that people will probably die because of the bullshit that's coming out of this man's asshole lips right now.
Hundreds and hundreds.
The literal excrement that this guy is extruding out of his...
There are thousands of stories. They're coming in from all over the world, from prisons and jails, from mental institutions and insane asylums, and many tourists at numbers that we have never seen before. You've never seen these numbers before, Art. You never saw these numbers before. Have you? You've never seen anything like this. This is unique, at least with you. It's unique. We cannot let this happen to our country. It will not end.
Chet, I gotta be honest. This is winding me up more than I thought it would. And it's not even like something where it's like I'm not. It's not just like it's real. It's real. It's dangerous. It's gonna hurt people. He's gonna hurt people. Like, this is all the more reason. This is all the more reason, chat. Regardless of what you think about Kamala Harris, and my opinion of Kamala Harris at this point is not very high. All right. But if you live in a swing state, you should seriously consider weaponizing your vote to make sure this monster never gets in power again. This shit is too fucking dangerous. He has hurt too many people already, and I don't want to see him hurt more people. That's about the most emphatic exhortation that you're going to get from me as far as get out the vote. Because like I said, I'm not excited about the Democrats. I'm not excited about Kamala Harris. She leaves a lot to be desired. There's a lot of her policies that I think also harm people, right? In Gaza she doesn't stand up for immigrants the way that I wish she would, right? There's no more pathway to citizenship. There's no more talk of DACA. There's just capitulation to Donald Trump. However, the one thing that I know she won't do is stir up hatred against vulnerable people to get them fucking killed, like this asshole's doing right now. No, we got to put an end to this. November 5th, chat, we put an end to MAGA. We put an end to this monstrosity. We put an end to this affront against humanity. We shut the door on him forever, and we nail that bitch shut. He is never coming out. Anybody that's ever fucking voted, for Trump, anybody that's a MAGA supporter, got a red hat, you are fucking dead to me. You are dead to me. Right? I don't want anything to do with you. You can live out the rest of your sad life remembering that you enabled this fucking monster over here.
End well unless Donald J. Trump is elected the 47th president of the United States. Thank you. We'll get him out. We'll get it ready.
We'll get you out.
We'll bring back our country in many ways. That's one way. But to me, that's like one of the most important.
Look, chat, the other thing about this guy is if he doesn't get reelected, he's gonna get an ankle bracelet slapped on him. He's gonna get massive fines. He's gonna he might even go to jail, right? The only way that happens is if he doesn't get reelected. Him getting into presidency again is his ticket to avoiding any consequences for any of his actions. He's hurt a lot of people, and he needs to fucking pay.
Well, we'll also stop.
Make him pay November 5th.
World War III. That's
with your vote.
There has never been an invasion like this in any country. There's never been an invasion like this. There's never been a border like this. No matter where you go in the world throughout history, there's never been a border like this. And the fake news media will correct me if that's the case. I'll tell you what, there's never been anything like what's happening to our country in history, because no leader of a country is.
All right, thanks for cutting me off there, Forbes. I can't take any more of this. I can't fucking take any more of this. And I mean, I can't take any more of this, right? He needs to fucking go. He needs to go. He needs to be swept into the dustbin of history, never to return again. I am so done with Trump. I am so done with MAGA. I am so done with fucking MAGA supporters. I am so done with little baby fascists running around here in their shitty red hats, thinking that we can be just as, you know, that they can fucking gaslight us into another 4 years with this monster. Fuck that and fuck them. Really hoping he loses and doesn't come back in 2028. Yeah, no, there's no chance. There's actually no chance. He's cooked. Look, if he doesn't win it, this is why he's running. This is why he's running. He's running to escape culpability for his crimes. He's committed crimes. He's been indicted for many of them. And he's even been convicted of some of them, right? And if he does not get back into the White House, he will be convicted of more, because that guy's a fucking criminal.
Hey, good afternoon, everybody.
All right, Chad, this is about as much of this as I can take. We're going to do Piers Morgan after this. And then, I don't know, if we don't hit the sub goal, I'm probably going to go to bed pretty soon. We are 21% of the way there, so it's possible. Again, last night, I didn't think we were going to hit the sub goal. It was kind of, you know, slow start and everything. So there's every chance. And look, I probably need something to distract me from this. It would be awesome to cover any of these topics. Actual justice warriors simping for Anna Kasparian, right-wingers telling you to breathe into your balls, Brianna Wu leaving the left, Marjorie Taylor Greene in a cat fight with Laura Loomer. I love a Marjorie Taylor Greene cat fight. We'll see if we can get to that. Again, we're at 21% of the dono goal. I need to redo the poll, don't I? I didn't even think about that. He's the oldest running candidate. Yeah, he is. Yeah, 100% is. Yeah, no, I'm so done with. Usually, like, Trump just makes me laugh. Usually Trump entertains me greatly because he's like, the late great Hannibal Lecter, folks. He's coming into your country. He'd like to have you for dinner. Bro is Hannibal Lecter, and it's not funny. And I'm sick of it. I'm done with it, right? I don't want it anymore. I want to close the book on MAGA forever and just laugh at these assholes, right? If you ever see a fucking MAGA sticker on a truck in the future, you will drive by them and you will point and laugh in their face. They will forever bear that shame until they can scratch that accursed bumper sticker off of their car. Bonus content. Here we go. And we can laugh about the late great Hannibal Lecter. We can laugh about Kofefe. We can laugh about all the fucking memes. All the fucking memes of this guy. We can laugh about they're eating the cats, they're eating the dogs. And honestly, going forward, let's try to do something for people that are for people that are getting displaced from their houses, right? Look, not everybody getting pushed out of their house, getting, you know, who a little bit of perturbation in the housing market actually ends up with them becoming homeless. Not everybody like that is a foaming at the mouth racist, right? And we need to push our politicians. We need to push Kamala Harris to do something for the unhoused. Yeah, we should not put up with homelessness. It should not be allowed. There should be a war on homelessness instead of a fucking war on the homeless.
Okay. So for over 30 years, combating gender-based violence has been the cornerstone of President Biden's career. When Joe Biden was growing up, his father used to say to him that the cardinal sin was abuse of power. And that includes a man raising his...
So yeah, I don't know, like as far as the, look, I got the poll, I was able to, I was able to rescue the poll from the last, that we did before the stream went down, right? It was 35% Brianna Wu leaves the left. It was 24% breathe into your balls, 22% AJW simps for Anna Kasparian, 20% MTG versus Laura Loomer. Look, if we hit the sub goal, I will do my best to average these out, try to figure out something fair where we can add, you know, this new poll that's going on right now. So go ahead and vote in that if you haven't already. Make sure to like the stream too. If you haven't, like if you came back in, right, you can re-like the stream now because the stream went down. So it's a new stream and we need your likes. So make sure to hit that like button as well. Yeah, make sure to get your votes in. I'll try to average those out. Again, we're at 21%. We're 1/5 of the way towards the dono goal. We get fully towards there, then we get some sort of thing that's going to just, because everything about this stream is like somewhat about the debate, which means it's somewhat about Donald Trump's demagoguing of this fucking Springfield, Ohio issue. And so I'm going to be kind of pissed off for like up until that point. I would love to end the stream on a good note. I would love to end the stream on like anything else, anything that is even Brianna Wu compared to this shit would be a palate cleanser. Breathe into your balls would be a palate cleanser. MTG would be a palate cleanser. Actual Justice Warrior would be a palate cleanser compared to this, right? I would love to end it on something else. So hopefully we can maybe hit that dono goal. If we do, I'll do my best to average things out. Yeah, like I'll add this poll to the last poll and divide it by 2, and we'll figure out like what wins, and we'll see what kind of bonus content we can get going for tonight, but only if we hit the dono goal. Remember, when you donate, to let me know which of these topics, Brianna Wu leaves the left, breathe into your balls, MTG versus Laura Loomer, or AJW simps for Anna Kasparian. Which of these topics are appealing to you? Which do you want to see? What do you think is going to be a good palate cleanser? What do you think is going to calm me the fuck down? Right? Let me know which of the, or you could just say whichever one you want. I'm thinking of myself a little too much here, right? But you know, let me know in the chat when you donate. Whether it is a super chat, super sticker, you're getting yourself a membership, you're gifting memberships to other people. If you're signing up for Patreon, if you're donating to my Throne account, which is either down there or up there, depending on which stream you're watching on, or on Twitch. If you're getting yourself a sub, gifting subs to other people, gifting bits, hell, whatever you're doing that's a donation, you can let me know in the chat what you want that donation to go to, and I will add it as a percentage to the topic of your choice, and you will actually help your favorite topic win the poll. You will guide us towards the subject matter that you're feeling would be an appropriate ending for tonight's, you know, stream. Given what a fucked up stream it's been, given how mad this stuff is making me, right? And probably, I'm sure you in chat too. I'm sure there's other people in chat. One in chat if you're frustrated with this shit. One in chat if you're like worried about the people that are targeted by Donald Trump.
Hand to a woman or a child. When he was a young man and serving as a U.S. Senator, he saw how society looked away from violence against women. Few police departments had special victims unit. Many states had laws on the books that protected the abusers rather than the victims. More often than not, marital rape wasn't considered a crime. There was no national hotline to call. Women's shelters were referred to as indoctrination centers. All of this was completely unacceptable to Joe Biden. It's why in 1990, then Senator Biden wrote the landmark legislation, the Violence Against Women Act.
Okay, so this is a different subject. I know they get into this. Is it in the questioning, maybe?
And all that's been going on on social media, the conversation around it, how the city managers had to reply.
Yeah. Well, we certainly appreciate the Springfield, Ohio Department Police debunking this. This, again, very bizarre, hateful smear, and that is something that we appreciate. We should continue to come together as a country. We should not be tearing our communities apart. I'm sure that the community is dealing with a lot of incoming on this. It's unfortunate. And certainly not, I can't speak to the bomb threats and get behind that. There's an investigation that the local police are looking into.
Gorosum says, do I need an account for Throne? I'm not sure. I think you can you just Cash App? Oh my gosh, Gorosum, thank you for reminding me. I am so bad about this. Wait, yeah, if you've got do I have that in? Oh, I do. Wait, no, do I? Oh, I don't. Oh my God. No, you just reminded me of something. Wait, why do I not have this? Oh, this is so frustrating. Here, let me grab it for you. There we go. Yeah, I do have PayPal and I do have Cash App. And if that's easier for you, then that is fine. I just I keep on copying the wrong set of links. I don't know why. Here, it's in support Irene under Patreon and Throne. I just saved it there. And then, oh, no, cancel. Changes saved. Put it here. There it is. Yeah, Girlsome, thank you for reminding me. I don't know. Yeah, again, like I've got
but we appreciate certainly the
I'm not even speaking in sentences now, Chad. I'm speaking in noises.
Ohio Police Department coming out right away in Springfield and saying.
But yeah, I put PayPal in there. I put Cash App in there if that's easier for you. If Throne works for you, I think you can do so anonymously without signing up for anything. I think I haven't used it myself, so I can't tell you for sure. But maybe somebody can tell me, right? And also, yeah, Patreon counts as well. All right, let's finish.
This is false. This is not true. Debunking this hateful, very hateful smear.
I wanted to ask you actually about another one from the debate.
Ophelia says, first commandment, he who smelt it dealt it. That's what I've heard.
Former President Trump refused to say plainly whether he wanted Ukraine to win the war. Has the White House fielded any calls from allies about this, what this could mean if he wins, a change in U.S. policy? Has it impacted any of the White House's work with counterparts in Ukraine?
So here's what I'm going to say. Look, I'm not going to answer.
Do gifties get a vote too? Yes. We're not President Sunday, okay? So just so you know, right? If you've been in other streamers' chats before, some of those streamers, they only count super chats, right? I count gifties as well. I feel like that's like the nicest thing in the world. When you're thinking of other people, right? That's amazing, and that is they appreciate it, and I appreciate it. And honestly, it's the same thing as a super chat. It's the same thing, except for the difference is that people get exclusive content from that. So in some ways, is it better than a super chat? I don't know. I don't want to tell you what to do. If you like doing super chats, if you want to hear the little sassy voice, like read out your super chat, that's fine. I just try to have as many ways as possible to make it easy for people and just whatever way's easiest for them. So yeah, no, gifties work as well. Yeah.
Specifically to what happened at the.
How did President Sunday get his position? I don't remember voting for him. That's right. I think he stole the. We gotta stop the steal, chat. President Sunday is the product of an illegitimate election. I never voted for him.
Debate. What I will say is, President Biden is president right now, and you have seen what he has done over the last more than 3.5 years. And he's always made sure that when it comes to foreign policy, we have diplomatic conversations. We try to rebuild those relationships that were pretty much soured by the last administration. We saw what the last administration did to our relationships across the globe. And as it relates to Ukraine and the war that they're fighting Americans, to give hate no safe harbor, and to bring the country together around our shared values, and to recognize and appreciate the unique strength that our diversity gives us as a nation. He says this all the time. Our diversity is our strength. And that's what we should be following.
On a related note, during the debate, Trump spread false claims and lies about immigrants eating pets in Springfield, Ohio. The city manager disputed those false claims, and today, City Hall was evacuated after a bomb threat was sent to city agencies and media outlets.
Izzy Sanchi, super chatted $10. The way Trump and the GOP has smeared Haitian immigrants is worrying. My sis-in-law is Haitian American and a school teacher, and my nephews are half Haitian. I really do want this to stop. AJWR.
I don't know why I pronounced your please as but either way, I will be happy to put your money where your mouth is and add that to the AJW, which has now got a 16% boost, which really does put it in contention here. And, we puts us in contention for hitting the dono goal tonight. It's about a third of the way there. So, yeah, thank you, Izzy Sanchez. And, yeah, God. I mean, that just reminds you, chat, this is not an abstraction. And that's why I said that, like, look, there's two ways that I could take this. If I wanted to laugh and be cheerful, I could talk about how much Trump is hurting his campaign. I think he is. I think that him talking about people eating pets is like destroying his campaign. But it's pretty much destroyed. It's pretty fucked up already. But in addition to that, he's also putting people in danger. And so I can't laugh. I can't have fun with this. You know me. I love to be like the late great Hannibal. I love Trump's nonsense. I sometimes when people come into Shorts chat and they're like, "Why do you hate Trump?" I'm like, "I don't hate Trump. He's hilarious, right? He's so entertaining, right? That's cheerful, NCC that you all know and love. But I can't be cheerful about this shit. It's really scary, and people are focused on the wrong things here."
Does President Biden believe Trump's words and rhetoric contributed to those threats today?
So look, I want to be super mindful. We are aware of the reports of a bombing threat, as you just stated, in Springfield, Ohio, at City Hall. Local police obviously is investigating the situation, and we encourage everyone to follow the public safety guidelines.
So chat, there's a bomb threat, and that motherfucker's doubling down. It hurts his campaign. But it also hurts real people. It also puts real people in danger. It also causes this shit to happen. This is stochastic violence. And just like on January 6th, instead of saying, like, hey, everybody calm down, like, don't do this, don't hang Mike Pence, Trump sat there and watched it on TV and continued the aggrievement, right? Up until he basically had to, call it quits.
I don't want to speculate from here, the source of the bomb threat, but I do want to take a step back. I think it's important that all of us take a step back here and just lean on the facts here. The Springfield, Ohio Police Department has debunked this very bizarre and very hateful smear that's out there. What is happening here is an attempt to tear apart communities and disrespect. Let's not forget also disrespecting law enforcement. And that is the opposite of what our country deserves. It is undignified and an insult to all of us as Americans, not just one community, but to all of us as Americans. And it is spreading filth that makes the lives of the communities that are being smeared here, it puts their lives in danger. And it is just hate speech. That's what it is. And some of the news organizations here have reported that some Haitian immigrants are fearing for their safety right now because of result of conspiracy theory. This is what this is. So instead of leaders trying to bring us together around our shared values, which is something that the president believes and says all the time, as I just stated. And, the president and the vice president, that's what they want to see. They want to see us come together in our shared values in a respectful way. And I will say one more thing, and I think if you guys could hear me out for 1 second, like maybe we should not have leaders who fall for fake internet conspiracy theories. We should think about that. Maybe we should not have leaders who do that. Our country deserves better. Okay.
Thanks.
A follow-up there. Any message from the White House specifically to the residents of Springfield, Ohio?
Because of the bomb threat, or
And all that's been going on social media, and the conversation around it, how the city managers had to reply.
yeah. Well, we certainly appreciate the Springfield, Ohio Department Police debunking this. This again, very bizarre, hateful smear, and that is something that we appreciate. We should continue to come together as a country. We should not be tearing our communities apart. I do.
Gordosum says Trump is live right now in Tucson. Did you see the vid of Springfield residents laughing at the dogs and cats issues because of its absurdity? Oh, Swell, you're talking about in the school, right? Is that what you mean? It was like at it looked like at a school? Like, right, they're watching it on like television as Trump says it on the debate, and people just burst out into laughter kind of spontaneously. People that live in Springfield. Yeah, I think I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
I'm sure that the community is dealing with a lot of incoming on this. It's unfortunate. And certainly not, I can't speak to the bomb threats and get...
Discord link is broken.
The local police are looking into, but we appreciate certainly the Ohio Police Department coming out right away in Springfield and saying, this is false, this is not true, debunking this hateful, very hateful smear.
I wanted to ask you actually about another one from the debate. Former President Trump refused to say plainly whether he wanted Ukraine to win the war. Has the White House fielded any calls from allies about this, what this could mean if he wins, a change in U.S. policy? Has it impacted any of the White House's work with counterparts in Ukraine?
So here's what I'm going to say. Look, I'm not going to answer specifically to what happened at the debate. What I will say is President Biden is president right now. And you have seen what he has done over the last more than 3.5 years. And he's always made sure that when it comes to foreign policy, we have diplomatic conversations. We try to rebuild those relationships that were pretty much soured by the last administration. We saw what the last administration did to our relationships across the globe. And as it relates to Ukraine and the war that they're fighting because of Russia's aggression, you've seen the president's continued commitment to making sure that Ukraine has everything that they need to fight for their democracy, to fight for their freedom. And that's going to be continued, obviously the president's commitment and the vice president's commitment as well. They've done this as partners over the past 2 years, more than 2 years now. And so that is what matters right now in this moment. The signal that we're sending has been very clear to the brave people of Ukraine, to our allies and partners, that we are standing behind them and continue to do just that.
Is there any update to give on the negotiations in Doha? There was a new statement from Prime Minister Netanyahu that definitely suggested things are not going well.
So what I will say is that we are going to continue to work on this agreement. This is an agreement that will bring hostages out of Gaza. That's what we want to see. And obviously, as you know, some of those hostages include American hostages, and we're going to continue to do that under the terms of the deal that's now on the table. That's what we're focusing on. As you know, and we say this all the time, we're just not going to go negotiate in public. Okay.
Thanks, Corinne. The President has both the Wilmington Summit and the meeting tomorrow with the British Prime Minister. I'm wondering if we can anticipate a press conference at either or both, since traditionally both would be kind of forums that we'd get to hear from the President.
So I don't have anything to share on the Quad Summit as far as a press conference component. I believe there is not one scheduled for tomorrow. But I can say that, the president obviously is going to continue to take questions from all of you, and I just don't have anything to share beyond administration and also from our partners and allies in doing just that. And that's what you could expect to see.
Thanks, great.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Karen. Following up on Springfield, you said that these
On Springfield. Yep.
yeah, this
Ohio.
fake
Yep.
theories, about migrants put lives in danger. So how concerned are you about a potential rise in threats or even hate crimes targeting migrants?
I mean, when you have national leaders spewing hateful or lifting up hateful rhetoric and bizarre smear that has been debunked, as I just stated when I answered this question moments ago, that is dangerous. That is, yes, we are concerned. It is dangerous. I mean, you all have reported how communities, specifically Haitian communities, are fearing for their life because of how this is being lifted up. And this is about tearing communities apart, and we deserve more. Our country deserves more than that. So there is a concern. Anytime you see this type of rhetoric, this hateful rhetoric, these types of smears, yes, it could lead to dangerous scenarios. And that's why if you are a national leader in this country, if you're a leader of any kind, you should condemn this type of rhetoric. You should condemn it. We deserve more. And again, I talk about our shared values. That's what the president wants. He wants to be able to, so that people to get together around our shared values. And that is what matters, and that is what is important for our country. Okay, Jackie.
Thanks, Green. One more on the Trump hat. What did the president do with it? Did he keep it? Is he like saving it for a Christmas present for his least favorite staffer or something?
Oh, wow. Well, you thought about that one. Least favorite staffer. I don't know. Maybe it's on my desk right now. I don't know.
Okay. On a heavier note, about the economy, there's a new analysis by the Republicans who are on the Congressional Joint Economic Committee. They looked at 7 battleground states, and according to their analysis, the average household is paying for the same basket of goods and services on average about $1,000 more per month compared to January of 2021. And the numbers are pretty stark in places like Nevada and Arizona. It's almost $1,200 a month. Georgia, it's $1,075 a month. North Carolina, $1,017. Has President Biden's policies positioned the vice president poorly in these states to win this election?
So I'm not going to get into the election. I'm not going to get into her path to victory and what it does for it's just not something that I'm going to speak to from here. What I can speak to is where we are now. Core inflation has gone down. That is important to note because of the work that they've been able to do. You see
okay, so that's what we got in terms of them talking about the that's what we've got in terms of the press conference talking about there was a bomb threat in Springfield, Ohio, due to Trump's anti-migrant rhetoric, no doubt. So it's putting people in danger. It's putting people in danger right now. And again, this is like what we should be worried about, right? This is not going to be an issue. The Springfield thing is not going to be an issue that Trump, is able to. It's not an issue of being worried about Trump winning with this, because he's actually hurting his own campaign. But on the road to hurting his own campaign, he's also hurting, real people in this town that are already, being targeted, right? And honestly, this has been going on ever since the bus crash, right? That's when stuff got really rough, right? That's when things got really nasty in Springfield, was when there was the inflation is hardly the issue, is profit. Yeah, exactly. It's greedflation is really what it is. Greedflation, it's, oh my God, chat. Look, I'm just going to have to go to Piers Morgan here. Again, I didn't expect to get this upset, but I am. All right, let's look at some other COPE.
Foreign policy, because he can show.
Wait, do I have the Hannity thing?
Commander in chief, you know what I'm saying? Because every military person knows you need to have the element of surprise. And Donald Trump's mouth. Is
this even the right one? guess this was the one I wanted to watch first.
Talking about the cats and the dogs and the Haitian migrants.
He took the
So here we go.
I feel good. All right, joining us now, he's on the set in the spin room himself. Did you have fun?
I had a good time. I think it was our best debate ever. I thought it was really good. We had 3 against 1, but I anticipated.
Let's talk about that. 3 against 1, and all of her radical positions they leave on the table.
Yeah. No, we had a lot of negative kind of stuff. Look, I saw.
So what he's saying there is that he doesn't like being fact checked, and he's trying to say that it's like debating 3 versus 1, right? He's debating 3 opponents instead of 1. When the truth of the matter is, all it's been doing is, like, when somebody says an obvious lie, and not just any lie, because there's lies that he said that didn't get pushed back on. There's also maybe like 1 or 2 things that Kamala said that weren't correct that didn't get pushed back on either, right? But when he says shit like they're eating cats and they're eating dogs, and the journalists sitting at the table know that that's not true, they're like, no, Mr. President, that's actually not true. He's like, well, I saw it on TV. He's a fucking. There's Vivek Ramaswamy. You see Vivek right there? There's Vivek.
Last night, they had a
number 1 D writer, Vivek Ramaswamy.
Coverage on ABC, and I had 94% negative coverage.
93% negative.
I exaggerate.
You got an extra percent non-negative. As you were with her tonight, to think that we come out of...
Shane McGinnis says we are choosing the lesser of 2 evils, unfortunately. Look, I don't even think about it that way. Honestly, I don't even think about it that way. I think of it like this. You're choosing your opponent. You're choosing who you're going to push on when they get into the White House. Do you think you can push Trump? Do you think if you say, hey, Trump, let's say we stop the violence against the Palestinians, do you think he's going to listen? Do you think he's going to do anything? No. Kamala might. She won't for sure. She's not giving good signs. It's not sounding great. But there's a little bit of consideration. There's a little bit of her trying to put a fig leaf over that and say, like, yes, of course, like, protect people in Gaza, right? So that's somebody you can push on. That's somebody you can argue with. That's somebody that might do something good, or at the very least won't do something like what Trump is going to do, which is like green light extermination in Gaza, green light the assimilation, green light the annexation of the West Bank, right? This is what Trump will do. When he was in last time, he allowed the embassy to be moved to Jerusalem, an act that probably had something to do with, October 7th, causing October 7th, right? He also allowed the annexation of the Golan Heights. And trying to think, there's like one more thing. Well, obviously the Abraham Accords, which also contributed to the events that led up to October 7th. Right. So, we already know what Trump's going to do in there. It's going to be bad. It's going to be brutal. Julie with a 7 stream watch streak. Congratulations on that.
This debate, and we have
Vivek is the new Santos. I think so too. What vape tonight? Oh gosh. I'm out. I mean, almost out. Maybe I'm not totally out. I should check. What is the vape every time? It's THC and CBD. And who is my plug? It's Sam Cedar. Of course I go through Sam Cedar. Of course we're Sam Cedar people. Of course I'm a Sam Cedar chick. Of course I gotta eat the double chocolate chip. Sorry, chat. I had to give you the Costco guys meme.
no answer.
Do you think Sam knows about the Costco guys?
To her.
Do you think Milas told him or Saul has told him about the Costco guys?
Co-sponsoring the Green New Deal, $93 trillion. Yeah. I say the end of capitalism. To come out of this, government-run healthcare. And
no, I should have been like, I'm a MR chick. Of course I'm gonna vape the CBDs and THCs. Of course I'm gonna get my coffee from justcoffee.coop.
Answer to eliminating private health insurance.
Well, we brought them all up. Every one of the things that we brought it all up. And I also ended with, why hasn't she done it before? Why didn't she fix, she's there complaining. Why didn't she fix all these
Were you
things?
really
that she's
willing to
complaining
leave the stage and go home if she was going to go fix it in Washington?
No, you know what? I would have left. I would have said, go home and fix it. I'll leave with you, okay? But
I'll leave with you? No thanks. No thanks. He's like, I'll walk you home? No thanks. No thank you, Donald. No thank you.
she's not going to fix it.
Yeah, not to mention Project 25.
So she's complaining about all the stuff that's wrong with the country, and they've been there for 3.5 years. And I wanted to save that for my last little summation.
I love how he pretends that, like, there's no such thing as the Congress. There's no such thing as the Supreme Court, right? The executive branch. Well, then again, think about who this is. Think about what his plans are. Think about Project 2025. Like, he literally wants to fire civil servants. He literally wants to remove the guardrails. He's got a Supreme Court that's willing to let him run wild and do whatever the fuck he wants. So he's like, why can't Kamala just do like a unilateral like move? You know, just get the policies passed, because that's not how the fucking government works, jackass.
I actually mentioned in there too.
Yeah, and you know who else had 4 years in the White House? That's got a lot of shit that he says he wants to do? Trump, why didn't you do any of that shit, Trump?
I thought it was a great debate. I think we showed the weakness, but the sad part is they're destroying our country. You know, when you get right down to it. Debate, good debate. I enjoyed it, but it's a very sad thing because our country is in decline. We are really being laughed at all over the world. And that's tough to take.
Do you think it's strange that somebody could support something as radical as sex change operations paid for by taxpayers for convicts and illegal immigrants, and for illegal immigrants, free housing, health care, education, and not get asked a question about it?
But I brought it up.
You did bring it up.
Of course, they weren't so happy when I brought it up, but I brought it up. I brought up the fact that they're doing sex change operations on illegal immigrants. And those are expensive operations, and they shouldn't be done for a lot of reasons.
There were a lot of things said that weren't true about you tonight, that you would support a national abortion ban.
Yeah.
You've never said that.
I never said
that you support Project...
Motherfucker said he was going to drain the swamp. That's right. He said he was going to drain the swamp. He is the swamp. He's the swampiest of the swamp beasts out there. He is Swamp Thing. He's the bog of eternal stench, yeah.
25, correct. You never read it? I don't even know what it is either.
I don't want to read it.
Okay, number...
Yeah, executive orders. You can do those on some things, Willy Wonka. You can do those on some things. On something, the Supreme Court will overrule you. What do you think an executive order is, Willy Wonka? What do you think that is? What do you think that means? Do you think that means the president can be like, executive order, everyone stand on your head? Willy Wonka, why don't you stand on your head? Stand on, it's an executive order. This is an official act, Willy Wonka. This is an official act. I can't be held liable for any damage caused by telling you to stand on your head. All right. If you get dizzy because of that, not my fault, because the Supreme Court says executive official acts of the president, which I will now declare myself the president. Right. I'm the president. President Bo Besident. Banana Fana Faux President, me, my Mo Mesident. I'm the president. There we go. That's how it works. I just declare myself president. I do an executive order, tell Willy Wonka to stand on his fucking head. He crumps up his Willy Wonka top hat, and now he looks like a Willy Frumpy Wonka. But I can't be held liable because the Supreme Court. Oh, it's a genius. It's a genius thing. It's a thing of beauty, truly. Truly a thing of beauty. Yeah, Willy Wonka, breakdance for me, bitch. Breakdance.
I took back my position on banning fracking. Yep. No, CNN fact-checked that and said no. The mandatory gun buyback at the end of the debate, she lied about that too.
That's right. That's right. She wants to confiscate. I called her out on everything that you said. I think I got everything out. Now, with all of that being said, I was amazed because I really thought that'd be fair. I have to say, CNN a few weeks ago was sort of fair against Biden. But this one was stacked. I figured it would be after watching 100.
You had live resistance. You didn't have a punching dummy. You did not have a walking corpse. A senile old man that can't put two sentences together. And so you feel better about how CNN treated you. Go fuck yourself. I like CNN better. They let me lie. I can lie all I want to. I can say that they're eating the geese, they're eating the dogs, they're eating the cats, they're eating the gerbils, they're eating the parrots, they're eating everything.
% positive coverage.
They're eating everybody out here.
Of her. And she's done a terrible job as vice president. And look, she's the worst vice president we've ever had. She was the border czar. the worst border ever in the history of the world, not just in our country. And he's the worst president we've ever had.
So
Sean, they're destroying our country.
I'm very aware. And if we look at her tax plan, which is, okay, price gauging or gouging, and the largest tax increase not only in American history, but world history, her campaign is saying tonight, Washington Post is reporting, that she wants a second debate. What's your answer?
She lost. She wants it because she lost.
Do you have an answer?
Well, I don't know.
She kicked your ass into the next dimension, Donald. You got wrenched so fucking hard, and you know it. You could see it in his face. He knew that he lost, right? You have never seen a man like a Donald Trump as beat down as he was in that debate. She fucking cooked him. She cooked him. She sprinkled on the salt and the pepper and the paprika and the fucking everything. She just made a fucking Donald Trump roast. She roasted him like a goddamn goose. This man's goose is cooked. And he is coping so fucking hard. So fucking hard.
I have to think about it, but
look at this man coping like Willy Wonka in my shorts chat.
If you won the debate, I sort of think maybe I shouldn't do it. Why should I do another debate? She immediately said, we want another debate. That's, you know.
Yeah, you don't want to do another debate because you're going to get your ass kicked there too. You're a fucking criminal. You went up against a prosecutor and she fucking roasted you hard. She fried you.
You know what happens when you're a prize fighter and you lose? You immediately want a new fight.
You want a rematch.
You want a rematch.
That's not what The Boxer says. You ever listen to the song The Boxer by Simon and Garfunkel? Punched him till he cried out in his anger and his shame. I am leaving. I am leaving. He doesn't want another debate because he knows what'll happen. He knows what will happen. He knows what's going to happen.
The guy that won is sort of...
He knows how bad it can be now, right? Nobody's ever fucking ragdolled this man like Kamala Harris, and I'm here for it. You want another debate? Do another debate. Kamala's ready. Kamala's ready. She's like she could go right now. If he was like, yeah, you know what I mean? They could get back on the stage. They could get back on the stage and she would fucking pummel him again. He's got no fucking shot.
Happy and thinking about it.
Would you be inclined to say yes, or you don't?
Grand Theft Autobot says his goose wasn't cooked. It was taken by one of his imaginary Haitian immigrants. Yeah.
On a fair network, I would do that, but
I think
a fair network. In other words, Newsmax or Fox, right? So now here's what he's saying now, chat. He's saying that he would do a debate, but he didn't even want the people that Fox News suggested, right? Fox News has, you know, they're willing to do a debate with people that are like a little bit less like in the tank for Trump, a little bit less far right. And he was like, no, I want Sean Hannity. I want Sean Hannity to be the moderator. Can you fucking imagine? I want Sean Hannity and Jesse Waters to moderate. That's what this dude said. That's what he's poison pilling it because he doesn't want another debate because he knows what the fuck will happen.
Hannity to moderate it.
Yeah, no, I think
he is slinking off with his tail between his legs.
Newsom and Ron DeSantis.
I think it would be fair. You would be fair, actually.
I would be
you
fair.
Want to know the truth.
You wouldn't talk about my crowd size. You wouldn't talk about my crowd size.
Let you both talk. I let you go at each other.
I thought they would be fair. They were.
That's what I did with President Sunday and Tyler, and people and Sunday fucking got mad at me for it.
But I felt very comfortable.
Yeah.
We have the best policy. She has no policy.
You know, one thing that interested me, because I've known you for a long time, and one of the things that I was watching in you tonight is that you were all business. You know, a lot of times when you're at your rallies or we do a town hall.
Sean, they're destroying our country.
Is that what it was? Is it the seriousness of the moment?
There's nothing to smile about. You know, I'm a good smiler, but there's nothing to smile about. They're destroying. We have 21 million people that have been released into our country, and many of them are criminals and terrorists and people
Lincoln
from
Riley,
mental institutions.
Rachel Morin, Jocelyn Nungary.
All dead.
Hannibal Lecter.
I list all these names
I know.
on the show.
Hannibal Lecter.
People raped, people victims of violent crime, names a lot of people never heard of. You've called Lincoln Riley.
Not to mention the victims of Hannibal Lecter.
I did. I was with them. Who
else you've met other families? You met the families of
I met them all.
Afghanistan.
Nungary. I met.
You met Nungary's family.
Yeah, I met 5 or 6 of them. Not even talking about the 13 soldiers that were killed in Afghanistan.
Daniel Laster, what are you fucking talking about? Corporations are telling us. You know what the corporations want? They want Trump. They want lowered taxes. They want to not have to compete with other countries. Because there's fucking, you know, and never mind the fact that it's going to cost regular Americans like between $3,000 to $4,000 more per year when he gets his fucking tariffs in and raises the prices on everything. They want this guy. He gives them everything they fucking wants. The millionaires and billionaires, they're on his side. What are you fucking talking about?
Afghanistan.
And he's not going to do anything about the exploitation of undocumented workers. That's going to continue. That's going to continue. That's exploitation. He loves that. He's just going to demonize Haitians and get fucking people killed.
Families of the 13 soldiers, which Biden won't even talk to, and he's the one that caused their death. Just as if he had a pistol in his hand, he and her caused their death.
What about the 67 people that died in Afghanistan during your administration, motherfucker? You're not going to talk about them?
Literally.
You want to say something to those families?
They had a gun in their hand.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing. When you're in a situation like that, what is going through your mind? What goes on behind the scenes? How do you prepare for your debates?
Well, I think you sort of, I always say I've been preparing all my life for these debates. You know, you can't go in like she did. She goes into a room and she memorized lines, more or less. I thought I got one cute one. I'm talking where I said, I'm talking, when she started interrupting me.
She said that to my
Again,
I'm speaking.
Even for that, you know, that was not very nice what she did. But no,
look, your fans are going to love that, but honestly, it didn't have a lot of impact. It's not quite the own that you thought it was, right? It's not anywhere close to the own that you thought it was. I mean, it was mid. It was fine. It was whatever, right? That's the probably best line you got. That's the best line you got. Everything else was just you getting fucking cooked up there. You getting roasted. You getting goosed by Kamala Harris.
I thought it was we're getting great reviews.
It's interesting that the one thing
we're getting great reviews. You want to see? Look at you want to look at the flash polls? You're talking like 90-10, 80-20, 70-30 for Kamala Harris, right? The only people that are saying that Trump won are the diehard MAGA weirdos that are going to still have bumper stickers on their car after this guy is in jail, after this guy has an ankle bracelet, after this guy is no longer viable as a political candidate, and the Republican Party themselves moved the fuck on. And gladly so, because guess what? He made a lot of enemies in the Republican Party. They're not saying it right now while he's in power, while he has the power, right? They're not going to say it, but he is going to be a lame duck after he loses this November. He's going to be a lame duck, and they are going to swoop in and pick his bones clean. And he will be forgotten about in 3 years.
Stuck out, it did make me laugh out loud, is when you said you're going to send her a MAGA hat. There are a lot of positions now, all of a sudden, she's come over to your side. She's been against the border wall. She's been against...
There's only one problem.
Yeah.
If she ever won, immediately from the day after that election, everything would go back to confiscate your guns and forget about oil and everything else. You know, they were cutting back on oil way back. They got rid of Anwar, the biggest oil site perhaps in the world, in Alaska. They did things that are so bad and so destructive, but energy...
What about the Willow Project, Trump?
She started doubling up, and she immediately went back to the Trump plan. But I would have been now 4 times higher than they are right now, because that was 3.5 years ago.
Right.
When she cut everything out. She went to wind and went to all this other stuff that doesn't work from an economic standpoint and even a visual standpoint. I don't get...
Look, he fucking hates wind. He's going to talk about windmills. She couldn't get him talking about windmills and how they're a graveyard for birds. And this guy cares a lot about birds, though. Isn't this weird? He famously hates dogs. I don't think he's ever had a cat, right? But he has like a thing for birds, strangely enough, right? And the goose thing, right? Is this a new lighting for your partition color? Yeah. Well, look, I can actually change. Look, you want to see this, chat? It's kind of amazing. I think I've shown this once before, but let me show you what we can do. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. I don't know if you can see it on both screens, so I'll do it here as well. That pink and, is that a good one? Pink and purple. Yeah, it's just it's LED lighting actually.
You take these gorgeous plains and deserts and all this stuff, they put these windmills up, they go up like a 30-story.
These gorgeous plains and deserts. So in other words, places with wind.
Building in some cases.
Gorgeous plains and deserts? Who the fuck says gorgeous plains and deserts? You know what's gorgeous? Like mountains, forests, rivers, valleys. That's gorgeous. What are you talking about, Trump? They're gonna ruin the gorgeous desert. It's so beautiful and austere out here. I totally love it. And they're gonna put windmills up and they're gonna harness the power of the wind. No, I want to burn more fucking dead dinosaurs to kill the planet faster. Fuck you.
Everything they cut.
Fuck you, old man. Fuck you.
And the environmentalists say, aren't they wonderful? But it's the most expensive form of energy, and it's never going to do for our country.
So if we look at the issues on the economy, on immigration, on law and order, on energy, and America's...
Yeah, it's Trump Quixote. The motherfucker's literally tilting at windmills, isn't he?
...in the world.
Yeah.
Bald eagles hate Trump. That's true. Oh, thanks for reminding me, Sinful Solutions. That's right.
Is there anything you can point to that you would say they have been successful on?
No, they have been unsuccessful at everything. And even the economy, I said, as part of the economy, you've let 21 million people, more than that, I think, with all the gotaways. That's killing our economy.
Terrorists, and we do have the murders and the rapes and the violent crimes.
Oh, and you haven't seen anything yet. Where do you see it in the months to come?
You know what scares me, and I've said this on the air, is by having open borders, unvetted illegal immigrants, that I don't think it's a matter of if, I think it's a matter of when that this country is going to be attacked.
If you look at Springfield, Ohio, look at what's happening there. You look at Aurora in Colorado.
He's talking to Rubio. Yes.
And the border, with foreign trade, with everything. And I think it was the best debate I've ever personally that I've had.
Is that why you have to come into the spin room to cope? Because generally, look, if somebody wins a debate, you don't see them do a cope stream, right? You know who does a cope stream? The loser. The person that loses the debate, they go on their stream and they tell you why they thought that they won. They try to disqualify their opponent. They try to say, you know, like, you know, they're bad. They're bad, even though they kicked my ass, even though they made me look like a complete ignorant fool, right? They somehow they are disqualified somehow. They're a bad person, right? That's what happens. That's what you're doing. That's what you're doing right now. It's not working, right? Because you are a fucking target right now, sir. You just had a really bad debate and you're about to get roasted again. Check this out.
88 to 11. We're having a lot of great polls that just came out. They're polls, I guess, phone polls and lots of other polls, but you see the polls. A very important debate. Now, she wants to do another one because she got beaten tonight, but I don't know if we're going to do another one. I wouldn't mind.
Did she get into your head tonight, sir?
The polls are indicating that we got 90%.
So, yeah, they're asking, did she get into your head tonight, sir? He's not answering. What he's also not doing is he's also not like they're also going to ask him, like, where the fuck did you get those polls come from, right? Somebody on the other side was like, what are the sources for those numbers, sir? He doesn't answer because it's his ass. He literally reached up his fucking colon and he pulled out a dripping set of bogus numbers. And he's like, look at this. I got 90-10. I got 70-30. I'm winning the debate. No, you didn't. You got your fucking ass kicked. You got drubbed. You got beat harder than Biden, Trump.
60%, 72%, 71%, and 89%. So the polls are very good, but beyond the polls, I felt very good. I had a good time doing it. I hate to speak about our country so negatively, but that's what happened. They've ruined our country.
Yeah, if you're explaining, you're losing. That's true, too.
So, I hope you're all having a good time, but it was a very interesting evening. Yeah, go ahead.
If you're so confident you won tonight, why are you here? Why not let the performance speak for itself?
Well, I think
exactly. Why are you even here?
I made an obligation to a couple of people that I'm going to do their show. But it was I thought it was a great night.
Mr. President, you talked to...
I have no idea.
Mr. President, when Republicans are complaining about moderators, does that mean that it wasn't a good night? Were you not prepared?
No, I thought the moderators were very unfair, but it basically was 3-on-1. But I thought they were very unfair.
Look at that sad security cop.
Everybody did. But despite that, they're saying that the debate was a big
Were you prepared for that kind of debate?
Yeah, I assume the moderators would be bad because that right there is the worst of all the news networks, in my opinion, and it always has been. Yeah.
Why won't you commit to a second debate with Kamala Harris if you
believe? Second debate because she lost tonight very badly. So they immediately called for a second debate because they lost. So we'll, think about that. But she immediately called for a second. Look, we're looking at polls. We're looking at polls. The worst poll that we've had was 71 that I see, 71% to like 24 or 25%. Well, we'll look at it. But
All right, Whit. So if you still have me, he's walked a little bit away from our camera. Now he's at the edge there. You won't be able to hear him well. But one of the things you did hear was a question just asked by our Catherine Folders asking, why not commit to another debate if you believe that you won? He said he believes he won this debate, but then he was also asked, why be here in the spin room spinning about this debate if it's a debate that you believe was a clean win? We're going to try to get you as close as we can to Donald Trump, but I don't think you're going to be able to hear. Let me try to get my mic in there and see if you can hear Whit if you're still going through my camera here.
I have.
I thought it was my best debate. I had great debates. I thought this was my best debate.
Izzy Sanchi, super chatted $5. Kamala leads Trump nationally after debate by 5 points, as per an article by...
I saw that. Yeah. I've actually got a video on that. I'm trying to see, chat, I feel like I'm not going to get a day off. Thank you for the $5 super chat, by the way, Izzy Sanchi. That brings us up to 36%. Goal. And wait, Izzy, you voted for AJW last time, so I'm guessing that's where you won it again in the AJW. And Trump says Izzy is fake news. Izzy is fake news. Izzy is lying to no comment chick. Of course, Trump is ahead by 5 points.
Well, I thought she was not very good tonight. She didn't protect the vice president. He's the office of the vice president, and
she didn't protect the vice president. I know somebody else who didn't protect the vice president. I'm trying to remember, right? There was some vice president who people were saying they should hang, and there was somebody that was not there to protect him. There was somebody actually directing stochastic violence at that man. I can't remember who it was, though.
Take a look at it. She was terrible with respect to the president. She's trying to get herself away from Biden, and she wasn't able to do that tonight. I think it was a big thing. They wanted to disassociate with Biden, and they weren't able to do it. What did you think of the president?
That would have been a good line of attack, but you actually didn't use it. You actually didn't use it, right? There was a lot of lines of attack, right, that you didn't get to use because you were too busy defending your bullshit Wharton business school shit. You were too busy defending your crowd size, right?
Mr. President!
You got distracted and you fucking lost.
Mr. President!
Because she dragged you around by your ego. She held you like a marionette puppet, and she fucking ragdolled you. Let's be honest. Trump got ragdolled. They were saying, "Hang my pants." Yeah.
Yeah, I have nothing to do with Project 2025.
What did you think of the moderator's fact-checking you throughout the debate?
Well, I think the moderators were very unfair. I actually thought they were just average.
All right. So, Whit, if I could just tell you what we're seeing, because it's probably still hard to hear him. Donald Trump has entered.
Anyway. Chat, there's a lot more here. There's a lot more here. That's why I'm saying I think I'm gonna have to I think I'm gonna have to stream tomorrow to cover some of this stuff. I owe you, at the very least, Piers Morgan, okay? I actually have 2 Piers Morgan debates for you, but we're only maybe going to get through one, right? I also owe you potentially bonus content. And as much as like, you know, oh my God, Morbius Dragon, thank you for the gift membership to Morbius Dragon. I've never seen it like that before, but yeah, you just gifted yourself a membership. Morbius Dragon, you've just been weaseled. And that's a good thing. And that's a nifty trick too. And that brings us up to a grand total of 39%, almost 40% of the, wait, I'm trying to think of the fraction. I'm trying to do fractions in my head here. Anyway, I kept track of like our stream went down, you know, this was kind of a cursed stream tonight. Right, I got mad. I'm still upset. I'm more worried than anything. Like I'm really worried for Haitian people in Springfield. Right, I feel like Trump just basically drew a target on their back. We've got Piers Morgan. I wrote down the poll numbers from the last poll. I'll combine them with this poll if we hit the bonus. If we hit the dono goal, and then I'll add your you know, remember when you donate to let me know in chat which of these topics you want to see next, right? And I'll be sure to put your money where your mouth is. You can also say Vox Populi if you want to just throw it back to the voters and have the vote count for more and the poll count for less. Let's get to the Piers Morgan.
The hook, he took
I promised you this.
He took the entire frickin' boat.
No, my relative.
It just happens. Morbius Dragon says it just always happens. It always goes out like that.
She also had the hosts on her side.
It was his failure to jump in and get the answers he wanted.
He didn't take the bait while she was sneering and jeering.
Did we really need to bring Captain Hook into this?
If we want to go for a round 2, I say, as a staunch Trump supporter, bring it on.
Well, Donald Trump and his supporters have rightly complained for weeks that Kamala Harris is dodging questions on her record, her platform, and her litany of U-turns. Last night was a massive opportunity to ask those questions and to land a decisive blow in the race for the White House, but Trump didn't take it. Harris laid out a series of glaring traps for the former president, and like a cartoon mouse distracted by the cheese, he became ensnared by all of them. Right off the bat, she was asked a simple question about the economy and responded with babble.
When it comes to the economy, do you believe Americans are better off than they were 4 years ago?
So I was raised as a middle-class kid, and I am actually the only person on this stage who has a plan that is about lifting up the middle class and working people of America. I believe in the ambition, the aspirations, the dreams of the American people.
Yarg, says Aaron James. Aaron James, you are a pirate.
What does any of that really mean? But Trump didn't capitalize on that word salad. In fact, he allowed Harris to deflect and distract him all night in a way he wouldn't normally allow to happen.
Why does the right wing have so many cartoon characters? Good question. And super villain, like comic book villains too, right?
When Harris was pressed on the crisis at the border, which should have been a home run for Trump, she snared him with rage bait about his rallies. And it worked.
She baited him good. Here, let's combine chats. Sound good?
He will talk about windmills cause
cancer. Let's everybody in the night in the same chat.
Is that people start leaving his rallies early out of exhaustion and boredom.
People don't go to her rallies. There's no reason to go. And the people that do go, she's bussing them in and paying them to be there, and then showing them in a different light.
Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute.
That people don't leave my rally.
Chat, we've got literal Craigslist ads like trying to recruit people into Trump's rallies, right?
We have the biggest rallies, the most incredible rallies in the history of politics. That's because people want to take their country back. Our country is being lost. We're a failing nation.
In fishing parlance, Kamala put out the rod and caught a big one. Remember, at that point, they were supposed to be debating Kamala's record on immigration. Instead, she got exactly what she wanted. Trump was visibly irritated and never really got unirritated. Well, today, the big headline on immigration is that Trump repeated a crazy story about Haitian migrants eating cats and dogs. On abortion, where polling shows that Trump is weakest, he ranted about babies being executed after 9 months.
I think that Piers is just sad that nobody wants to eat him.
Not until the very end of the debate, in his closing statement, did Trump deliver the message he should have been hammering all night.
So she just started by saying she's going to do this, she's going to do that, she's going to do all these wonderful things. Why hasn't she done it? She's been there for 3.5 years. They've had 3.5 years to fix the border. They've had 3.5 years to create jobs and all the things we talked about. Why hasn't she done it?
That was the line, which she should have hammered for 90 minutes. Americans felt richer and the world felt safer when I was in the White House, he should have said. You guys have been asleep at the wheel. But it was too little too late. Harris was the clear winner. Today there's a lot of talk about the apparently biased ABC News moderators, and I think Trump has a point. They roasted him with barbed questions and rabidly fact-checked him throughout.
Rabidly?
Harris gleefully repeated both.
Okay, any Brits in chat?
Find people on both sides, a bloodbath.
Any Brits in chat, tell me, is rabidly how you say that word? If something has rabies, is it rabid? Is that a real thing? I don't think that's right, is it? I don't believe that it's rabidly. I think it's rabidly. I think rabidly is the word that you're looking for there. But I'm not sure. Maybe I know that some words are pronounced differently.
Dictator on day one. But Trump must have known all that was coming. He should have had better responses. He's got 54 days left.
Piers, do you not get this? He's an egomaniac, all right? He can't help himself. If you talk about Wharton Business School, he will talk about Wharton Business School. If you talk about crowd size, he will talk about crowd size. He's very lucky that he was disciplined enough to stop himself from bringing up the late, great Hannibal Lecter. I don't know. Or the weave. Like, he's lucky he didn't go into, like, people say I ramble, but I don't ramble, I weave. Everybody, English professors tell me, you're brilliant. You're like William Shakespeare. You're weaving different ideas. It's like a plot of Seinfeld. It's so brilliant, Trump, how you talk about, like 6 different concepts in one sentence and you don't finish one thought. Yeah, that's fucking brilliant, bro. That's fucking brilliant. You do the weave. You do the weave. You do the bob and weave, right? You're doing the weave. You're doing the Philly shell. You're doing the Philly shell. You're so smart. You're the new Mayweather.
To come up with a better response. Well, joining me now is the host of Tommy Lahren is Fearless on Outkick, Tommy Lahren.
Is she AI? I'm serious, chat. Is she AI? That's not real. That's not a human. I feel like I'm watching the Backrooms. I'm like, that's not a human. That's not a person. That's not a person. Oh, speaking of Backrooms, Canadian Brunch, congratulations on your 3-stream streak. That is pretty amazing and good to see you as always. Backrooms is back tomorrow. Do you want to watch the new one? I'll be streaming tomorrow. I'll be talking about more of the... I didn't get through all the cope. I'll have to find a new thumbnail. I'll have to find a new concept for it, right? But there's more stuff to cover. I'll have to cover it tomorrow. And we'll also watch the Backrooms thing. How about that? She's always... Oh, yeah, she's one of his favorites, Aaron. I think you're right.
Knowles Show, Michael Knowles, founder and CEO of the Young Turks, Check Yuga.
Her eyebrows are uneven. She's real.
Taylor Swift was sadly unavailable.
It's Brian Tyler Cohen. We got BTC.
Host of No Lie with Brian Taylor.
BTC.
Tyler Cohen. Brian Tyler Cohen. So Check, you're the only one without your name on the title. What's the matter with you?
What does he mean by that? Only one without your name on the title.
Because our network is gigantic. It's not just about me.
Wait, what title? What title is his name not on?
I'll start with you, Check, because you've repeatedly called me.
Oh, they must be on like a Zoom call? No, wait, did they use Zoom? Did they use Zoom? This wouldn't be Discord. This is definitely not Discord. It could be Whereby, I guess. I'm trying to think out what else. Microsoft Teams? What else do people use?
A Trump sympathizer, a Trump whisperer, a Trump supporter.
The title of the channel? Oh, I see what you're saying. Tommy Lahren is blah, blah, blah with Tommy Lahren. Brian Tyler Cohen is Brian. Yeah, I get what you're saying. They're all their own thing, but Jink is TYT. I get it.
All these ridiculous things. I'm very happy, as I tweeted earlier, to say to you that I think Kamala Harris not only won the debate last night, she won it quite comfortably. And I was very surprised by that. I thought she began nervously, but grew in confidence. Trump started confidently and then pretty much lost the plot and responded to a lot of her deliberate goading in entirely the way she would have hoped. So I think it was a big win for Kamala Harris. It may not move the needle in the immediate.
We're going to see how much it moved the needle. I'll at least give you that much.
Aftermath in terms of the election, but in terms of
Young Turfs, that's right, TYT.
And in terms of what happened to the Democrats after the last debate, you got to say it was a good night.
Yeah, Piers, look, in your intro, you're fair and you're right. Kamala Harris definitely won and Donald Trump clowned himself. But you're kind of rooting for Trump and you could tell that you were disappointed in how it went. So I get it. You guys are friends. It's okay.
I'm actually, you've always miscategorized. Just to be clear, I'm not disappointed. I genuinely thought he was going to win.
Okay, so now Jink's actually right. Jink is 100% on the money when it comes to Piers Morgan. I want to see, just hang him out to dry. Hang him out to dry, Jink.
Different things.
As you can play with this guy like that. You can get him to claim, oh no, I'm not for Trump. I'm not for anyone. I'm not an American citizen, so I can't vote in the election. So I've really got no dog in this race whatsoever. And it's for America. I'm just worried, right? You get him to protest too much, and it's hilarious. It is hilarious. It is so funny.
And he didn't win, and that's a problem for Trump and a good night for Kamala Harris. And so they're different things. I don't have a horse in the race. I can't vote for anybody. I do know Trump way better than I know Kamala Harris. But I'm always trying to be fair. I've told you this before, and I think I'm being fair now when I absolutely say Kamala won.
Yeah, Jink is right for a change. The only place that Jink honestly looks good is in this. The only time I've ever seen Jink do well in a debate is on this stage.
Yeah, I hear you. Look, it's your bias, whether it's slight or significant, is irrelevant. Don't sweat it, okay?
I'm not biased.
No. Like when he does this stuff, don't do the don't sweat it. Just do the okay, you're not biased, sure. Like just give him that. Be like, no, I believe you. I believe you, Pierce. I believe you. You're fine. You're neutral. Your personal friendship with Donald Trump doesn't affect you at all. Sure thing.
You know what?
Sure thing, buddy.
I pardon you. Okay.
That was an angry laugh.
All right, let's move on.
So
let's move on. He's uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Okay, I think Jink did it okay in this. Yeah, I think this exchange went okay for Jink.
So seriously, look, I was on here after the Biden-Trump debate, and I said Biden got annihilated, and he did, right? You have to be fair and objective, and I think you were in the intro here. There's no question that Trump got annihilated here. And MAGA has the same problem that the establishment has. The establishment thinks that everybody thinks like them, and they think, oh my God, doesn't everybody love the status quo? No, the overwhelming majority of the country constantly wants change because their lives are not as good as the millionaire anchors on television. But television anchors just cannot get that through their heads, right? And they love corporate rule, but the rest of the country doesn't. And MAGA has the same problem because they think, oh, doesn't everybody know that Haitian immigrants are eating cats and dogs? I saw an out-of-context video online that right-wing media told me was Haitians. Oh, that's it. All the immigrants are eating cats and dogs. Look, MAGA, you're not getting it. No one else thinks that. First of all, it's not true. The local cops say it's not true. Everybody says it's not true. But not only that, the rest of the country doesn't think like you. So when you say stuff like...
Yeah, that's true. This shit is totally Twitter-brained. Like, if you're on Twitter, this makes sense. In fact, let me see what's going on. So we had Owen Jones. I still didn't figure out why Owen Jones... Maybe by tomorrow I can figure out why Owen Jones is trending. I want to see what else is trending. Hawk Tua is trending because she's got a new... podcast. Everybody's got a new podcast chat. Trump and Vance. There will not be a third debate. Fluffer. Marianne Williamson is still trending. Karl Rove is trending for some reason. Why would that be? Okay, so earlier Springfield was trending, and most of the people on that Springfield thread were actually right-wingers being like, but actually, they are eating cat and dog. They are eating moose and squirrel. They actually are. Karl Rove pulls no punches. Trump was crushed by a woman he previously dismissed as dumb as a rock, which raises the question, what does that make him? Oh, okay, so that's what people are talking about. That's why Karl Rove is trending. Okay. Makes sense. I'm not going to cheer for Karl Rove, though. Fuck it. Fuck that guy.
That you sound unhinged. When you insist Trump still won the election as Trump did last night, you sound unhinged. When you talk about post-birth abortions, that's not a thing that exists. I know in your mind you think it does, But A, it doesn't. In objective reality, that's just called murder. And there is no such law in America at all. Right-wing media lied to you through and through and tricked you. But most importantly, the people that are going to decide this election are not MAGA, are not establishment.
I'm trying to figure out what they're doing with that, like how they're trying to play. Like, I feel like they're trying to play with something about the law, right? And could it be that, like, some pregnancies last longer than others? Like, go with me if you will, right? So just say, like if there's like a idea that it's like allows it like past like 9 months, right? Then that might be, and in this case, we're talking about like stipulations for, you know, health concerns or something like that, right? So that might be why it's something like that. And so then they're saying, well, theoretically, you know, like if it says that it can, you know, be for more than 9 months, then somebody could give birth and then be like, well, you know, it's technically still in there, you know, doctor, can you, like, I don't, or like, it always sounds like they're claiming that the doctors are executing the babies like against the parent, against the you know, pregnant person's wishes, right? I don't even know. It feels like they're playing some kind of weird semantic game somewhere, but I can't even figure it out. Right? I think that somehow in their mind it's not exactly a lie. It's a heavy massage of the truth, but it's not exactly a lie. I think that's what they tell themselves.
They're guys in the middle, and when they see Trump talking about eating cats and dogs and executing babies, he looks nuts, and it drives them all into Kamala Harris's arms. So if you're MAGA, you should be furious at Trump tonight.
Okay.
Or today.
Let me go to Tommy first on this. Tommy, I want to play that clip where he talked about the Haitian migrants eating pets. Let's take a look.
What they have done to our country by allowing these millions and millions of people to come into our country, and look at what's happening to the towns all over the United States. And a lot of towns don't want to talk. It's not going to be Aurora or Springfield. A lot of towns don't want to talk about it because they're so embarrassed by it. In Springfield, they're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets.
They're eating everybody out here. Yes, that's right. That's right. They're eating everyone. They'll eat you. They'll eat me. They're going to eat Waluigi.
Of the people.
Seth Evans says, no, they're not even that thoughtful. It's just a straight up lie. You're probably right.
That live there.
You're probably right.
And this is what's happening in our country.
They're eating the cows. They're eating the chickens. They're eating the pigs. They're eating animals.
Tommy, that should have been a home run for Trump, right? This is absolutely his wheelhouse. She was the border czar.
Okay, no, he doesn't mean the eating the cats, eating the dogs should have been a home run. He means that the question, which, let me remind you, the question is about immigration, right? That's what was asked. A question about immigration. Piers is pointing out, like I pointed out, this should have been his moment, right? He should have had something rehearsed, and whatever she says, whatever she does, you know, he sticks to, you know, some kind of demonization of immigrants that doesn't include like obvious lies, right? He talks about Laken Riley. He talks about Aurora, Colorado. He talks about literally anything else than they're eating the cats, they're eating the dogs, they're eating the geese in the park.
He's dropped the ball massively. That's all he had to say. But going down this ridiculous conspiracy rabbit hole of migrants eating everyone's pets, which had already been discredited, certainly there's no actual evidence to prove it at the moment. It just seemed, you know, as Cenk says, he sounded.
So we got an idea from on the Twitch side of things. They're talking about non-viable fetuses that are born and will die outside the womb. The decision is made between doctors and the parents to resuscitate. Oh my God! So that's what they're. Jesus Christ. That's where they're getting this. God. Just anything they can do to fucking, you know, try to thread this needle of banning abortion while saying that they're for states' rights.
A bit nuts. And he lost the momentum of what should have been a home run.
I don't disagree that he missed a huge opportunity to hold her to account on the border invasion that happened on her watch. She didn't answer.
So yeah, they allow the parents will allow the fetus to pass in comfort, and they're calling that. Well, they're actually calling it an execution, right? They're somehow like lumping it in with abortion, but yeah, this is what they're referring to. I don't even know if it's like how much of it is ignorance, how much of it is just malice and dishonesty, how much of it is
answer why she let 10 million plus in. That was a question she was asked that she dodged, because the low-hanging fruit is to talk about the bipartisan border bill. But I don't disagree with you. Trump had an opportunity to hold her feet to the fire, and he didn't do it. Now, I will also say this. If Donald Trump wanted to talk about Springfield, Ohio, or Aurora, Colorado, or other communities that are being devastated by mass immigration of foreign nationals, he could have taken that opportunity, because it's a very real thing that's happening. Sanctuary cities are going broke and bankrupt, taking care of millions of people that have been thrown into their communities that refuse to assimilate. He could have discussed it in that way, because these communities are being devastated, and you have people at city council meetings that are quite frankly talking about it. But he chose to go a different route. I wish he had not done that. I wish he would have taken the bait. There's no doubt he took the bait, he took the hook, he took the line, he took the sinker, he took the entire frickin' boat. And I am frustrated by that. And yeah,
he's like a cartoon fish that, like, I don't know. They take the bait, chat, and check it out. They take the bait, they take it underwater, they get out their bread, they cut the bread open, they put the bait inside the bread, they put lettuce and they put tomatoes and pickles on the bait, and then they spread like mayonnaise and they spread mustard, and they put the other bun, the top of the sandwich on there, and then they take a little olive and they put that through. Like, this is a tricked out sandwich. He didn't just take the bait. He made a fucking sandwich with it. And then he bit into it, and then the hook goes, right? It's like a Wile E. Coyote cartoon.
I am intellectually honest.
Like she painted the tunnel on the side of the mountain, and she took the road, picked it up, and pointed it at the tunnel, and he tried to run, and he had to run through. That's what happened. He actually tried to run through.
Enough to say it.
And then afterwards, she did run through. It worked for her, but somehow he hits the mountain.
I wish he had not done that. He missed several opportunities.
Like, it was very much a Looney Tunes cartoon
last night, but that does not change the fact that Kamala Harris's record, both in 2020 and 3.5 years.
Morbius says no mayonnaise.
In office is a
They're eating the sandwich. They're eating the bait. They're eating the bacon.
Abysmal. I wish he would have focused.
They're eating the pickles.
On that.
Yeah, I agree. Let me bring in Michael, actually, on this as another conservative here.
As a strong conservative voice. What say you, Michael? Which vulnerable group would you like to genocide this time?
Were you disappointed when that debate finished?
Invasion is definitely racially motivated. Oh, yeah, that language, yeah.
That Trump played it the way he did.
I thought it finished strong. I felt that Trump's closing statement was excellent. I agree with you.
It was less bad than some of the rest of it, I guess, I could say. Maybe.
He should have given the closing statement probably as the introductory statement. I thought Trump did very well for the first 20 or 25 minutes. I thought that was a pretty clear victory.
It was less bad than the rest of it? Like, the first question went less well for Kamala and less badly for Trump, but it's such a low bar. It's such a low bar. They're eating the toothpick, holding the olive. They're eating it all. They're eating the napkin. They're eating the forks and knives. They're eating the silverware. They're eating the plates.
And then when Kamala, quite good.
They're eating the people, Soylent Green.
Manipulating people.
Wasn't the closing statement was the one where he was like, she's like C-spot run. Oh, it's so funny. It's so funny. Like, he's the one in the remedial, speech and debate class, right? Not her.
I was able to get him to fall for the trap on the crowd sizes. That did throw things. However, that was also when the moderators stepped in, the so-called moderators. And so you...
Nothing moderate about this moderator.
Really did have a 3-on-1 debate at that point.
I gotta stop, chat.
Opportunities, but Cenk earlier mentioned that President Trump said all sorts of things that aren't true, and the example he used was the notion of post-birth abortion, the notion that babies are killed through abortion after birth. And Lindsay Davis, who was one of the so-called moderators, made this point when she fact-checked Trump, but she was wrong, and Cenk is wrong, and this is really.
Look, somebody in the chat said soup for lanes. You don't know how much I tried to convince my thumbnail artist to draw a little crazy straw that like check this out, chat. Wait, should we look at my thumbnail? Let's look at the thumbnail. Wait, can I get the thumbnail? Here, let me do it. Let me wait, no, how does this work? Okay, yeah, I know how to do this. I'm so silly. Here, let me show you the thumbnail from tonight. All right, so here was my idea, right? See how much you can see of this. What if I make it smaller? Will you see more of it? A little bit. There we go. All right, see the thumbnail? All right, so my idea was this, all right? I was like, this is great work. This is beautiful. This is wonderful. But the one thing that I want you to do is take his head and open it like a convertible, okay? So take his skull, the top of his skull, and just open it like a convertible, right? And then have RFK, Meghan Kelly, Piers Morgan, and the cat all have crazy straws, and they're going into his head, and they are drinking a margarita out of his head with crazy straws, right? And it's kind of like you see RFK's hand on the straw, you see Meghan Kelly's hand on the straw, you see Piers Morgan's hand on the straw, and then you see a little furry paw on the other straw. And the caption, chat, was, wait, what's the cat doing? What's the cat doing? Like, right, I'm sorry. Do you know the reference? Do you know the reference? So it's what's the dog doing?
Hey, let me get a minute. Hey, let me get one too. Hey, let me hold one. Yeah, you that right there. What the dog doing? Hey, let me get a minute. Hey, let me get one too. Hey, let me hold one. Yeah, you that right there. What the dog doing?
And you see the paw? That was my idea. I feel like my thumbnail artist probably thought better of it, and she was right. She was right. Are we gonna do one similar for next week with the VP? Oh yeah. Wait, is it next week? I told you next week, but I think it might be the 25th. If that's the last I heard. Yeah, it's like what's the cat doing? What's the cat doing? Like, right, everybody's like having a nice sip. I don't know, chat. My mind just works different.
Happening. And the irony of it is that one of the chief proponents of killing babies who survive abortion after birth is Kamala Harris's own running mate, Tim Walz. This is not difficult to look up. Within the past couple of years, Governor Walz in Minnesota repealed legal requirements that would force doctors who have babies who have survived abortions to provide medical care for them as they would to any other.
That's what he's talking about. Yeah. So this was what this was what the 3 train was talking about, right? This what Piers Morgan is describing. Yeah, turning a kind of a tragic event into propaganda, frankly.
Patients. So that is happening.
Also, thank you for the sub 3 train.
When President Trump quoted the Democrat governor.
I'm sorry. Thank you. Let me speak correctly. Thank you for the follow. It's called a follow on Twitch. It's distinct from a sub.
who said that after a baby is born, if the mother doesn't want it, they'll have a conversation with the doctor, see what they're going to do. That's on tape. You don't need to take my word for it. You can go watch it on tape. So there were multiple instances of the moderators intervening and lying on Kamala's behalf, and then they never at any point fact-checked Kamala's lies. So I agree. I'm not saying it was the greatest performance ever. I think there were a number of missed opportunities from President Trump. I suspect his campaign advisors told him not to get aggressive. I thought it was crazy that he never called.
They told him no Hannibal Lecter. That was the biggest thing. That was the biggest thing they said. They just like, they hammered it in to him, right? No Hannibal Lecter. You cannot talk. If she says Hannibal Lecter, you don't say Hannibal Lecter. Hannibal Lecter does not exist for tonight.
Out the moderators.
Hannibal Lecter we're going to think of as a fictional character, right? Hannibal Lecter is not real. He cannot hurt you. Lying. I think that Michael Knowles understands intimately, very intimately, right? His whole career is a lie. Remember, these are all failed actors. All the Daily Wire, personnel, they're all failed actors that got, they failed out of Hollywood. They got mad and they wanted to get back by joining the Daily Wire. And now we can make our own shitty movies. No, we can be in Mr. Bircham. Yeah, isn't this great? That's great. Brett Cooper's got a Snow White coming up.
People always ought to attack the media in politics.
Do you know what I thought? You know what I thought, Michael? I just thought at the end that he was a bit boring, Trump. And the one thing he cannot be is boring. Because the point of Trump is he's so different to every other politician. He either makes you laugh or he shocks you or he's combative or the stuff always going on, which is compelling.
Or he assaults you?
I just didn't find Trump very compelling last night. I just felt that he was very repetitive.
Did I see Charlie Kirk on Jubilee? That's a sour point for me, chat. That's a sore point for me. I know you didn't mean to bring up a sore point, but Jubilee is super mean to me, all right? The last time we tried to watch Jubilee, I got in trouble with YouTube. And that's not supposed to happen because that is the most transformative content that you could imagine, right? I'm not showing Jubilee. I'm not uploading a Jubilee video. I'm not like sitting here like Sniper Wolf while a Jubilee video plays. I'm talking all over it and I'm really critical of it. And that is why I think Jubilee Media does not want me covering their stuff. They hit me with like strikes and shit. Like they try to get my channel hurt, right? Because they don't want any criticism. The supposed free speech, let's all have a conversation, right wing and left wing, whatever, right? That channel does not want me having an opinion about them. But yeah, it's a sore point. It's a sore point. It's a sore point. He got my stream pulled down last time we covered them. My stream ended. My stream ended because they fucking called the YouTube cops on me. They fucking Karen'd me, chat. They Karen. Okay, I shouldn't say it like that, but fuck them. Fuck them.
And he got caught in the...
Hassan covers them all the time. Yeah, but he's not critical. He just like laughs. He's critical of the Republicans on the thing. I criticize the platform. Because I see what they're fucking doing.
Various traps that were laid for him way too easily. But ultimately, I just thought he wasn't very entertaining either. So on every level, he wasn't Trump-like.
I agree.
Queen Bee says that's everyone who watches Jubilee. You mean it happens to other streamers? Because obviously Hassan gets away with it. And I feel like a lot of other people get away with it too.
There were a few moments where there should have been more pizzazz, but then don't forget when he was talking about the cats and the dogs and the Haitian migrants, which we're all calling it a discredited story. But of course, there are Springfield residents talking about this, and really all of the kind of evocative, graphic details are really just there to call people's attention to the fact that
John Bogarta says happens to Dead Romaine as well. What? Oh, that's interesting. Who else? Who else gets pulled down for Jubilee? I want to know.
Kamala Harris.
We might be finding a pattern, chat. We might have a pattern.
Brought 300,000 people from a failed state with rampant cannibalism into the middle of America. That's something that most Americans don't like. When
I almost wish the cannibalism was real, and so we could send Michael Brooks to wherever that was that happened. But no, he's just lying. He's just fucking lying.
when he did get a little spicier, he had some good lines about sending Kamala Harris a MAGA hat and how her economic policy that she stole from Biden and from him amounted to run, spot, run. There were some...
When Hassan talks about charcuterie, am I pronouncing this right? Charcuterie garnishes, he gets in trouble?
Decent lines. I just felt he had to get aggressive in a different way, and he especially has to get aggressive on the moderators if they're going to intervene.
Yeah, because I don't think he's worked out quite how to do that with Kamala Harris. We're bringing Brian.
He was aggressive on he talked all over the moderators. That was the one thing, right? Is that the way that this is supposed to work, right? The mics are muted when you're not talking, right? But if you start talking over your opponent or at the end of your opponent's question, they're supposed to, at their discretion, if it's interesting, like turn the mic on, right? And they started to do that for Kamala once, but you know, they didn't do it quick enough. And then, but a whole bunch of times, right? They let Trump jump in on Kamala. I don't know if Kamala ever jumped back at Trump. I do know that Trump talked a lot more times and talked for more time. But I also know that Trump sometimes stepped on the moderators. Sometimes the moderators were okay, like, you know, asking the next question or whatever, and Trump just jumped all over them. And because he is an asshole, because he is entitled, because he is loud and brash, and Kamala tried to do this a couple times, and no dice. They didn't let her cut in. They let him cut in at least a couple of extra times.
I mean, Brian.
So yeah, they're complaining about bullshit here.
Look, I think it was a clear win for her. I think also the fact that Taylor Swift, the biggest pop star on the planet, arguably ever, has come out with such a ringing, emphatic endorsement when many people thought she may just avoid doing that altogether. Everyone kind of knew her leanings, but they thought maybe, you know, she's with this big burly NFL guy, very popular in middle America, and would she actually show her colors?
Didn't she endorse Biden? I feel like she endorsed Biden, didn't she?
In such an emphatic way. Well, she did, and she chose Kamala's big win night to do it. So a double win, I think, for Kamala Harris, especially with young women who would have been watching that debate, heard all the abortion stuff, saw Taylor Swift's comments and so on. But it's an important...
Queen Bee says Trump got 9 extra minutes of time, but that only hurt him. That's true. That's true. Yeah, the more, like, yeah, Queen Bee's exactly right? When Trump was talking, Trump was losing. Right? Trump talked extra about the things that Kamala was trying to get him to talk about. The things that he got triggered on, his crowd size, all things that hurt him. I don't even think that she did have some moments. She did have some good lines. She did have some, you know what I mean? She did have some clips of her own, but most of the clips are just going to be Trump just saying ridiculous shit and her like looking at him like, you know, she's like, She just let him talk, and he's absolutely doing himself in.
But really, this race is absolutely wafer thin. Nate Silver.
Not only did Taylor Swift endorse Kamala, but Taylor Swift's cat endorsed Kamala.
538 on last week saying it literally is as close as it could possibly be. Do you really think that this...
Wait, he said it's literally as close as it can be. Can I even get a sense of where the poll's at? Look, I didn't think we were going to hit the dono goal tonight, but we're actually at 40% now. So it's an entire possibility. We've got, look, 30, people have donated up to 40% almost. I've only got the votes for like 21% of that though. So if you donated, feel free to let me know what you donated and what you pick, and I'll add yours to the topic of your choice. But I was able to capture the results of the poll from the last stream before it went down. Brianna Wu was winning by 34%. Breathe in Your Balls was 24%. AJW, Simps for Anna Kasparian, 20%. And MTG versus Laura Loomer at 20%. And then if I look at the current poll, this would be like, I have to add these up. Like, I will have to do some math, possibly. Quite possibly, right? I might have to do some math. Ooh, look at this. MTG versus Laura Loomer actually winning in this poll, 52 votes. So people are definitely voting. 29%. Brianna Wu leaves the left, 27%. Breathe Into Your Balls, 23%. AJW Simps for Kamala Harris, 21%. Interesting. And the one with all the extra points on it is actually AJW. So it actually looks like, okay, so despite the fact that AJW is not winning in either of these polls, with the donation amount, It does seem to be slightly in the lead, but it's very, very close. What did Piers Morgan just say? That
race is absolutely wafer thin.
Yeah, I would say that the race for, which of these bonus topics is going to win tonight is wafer thin. Wafer sound good. Chad, I could go for a wafer. You know what I'm talking about? You ever had those wafers as a kid? It's like a cookie and it's got like a crosshatch on it. You know what I'm talking about? It's like a wafer and you can put them together with like filling in the middle. Like you can put like chocolate or like sometimes they come like this, right? Sometimes it's like a bar and it's got like 5 layers of wafer and in between each layer is like peanut butter or vanilla or like lemon flavor. Oh my God, they're so good. They're so like something about the mouthfeel of the wafer. They are delicious. Okay, you know what I'm talking about. I felt like I was like alone in my own world.
Super chatted $10. Add a bit more to the lead.
Add a bit more to that lead. Why does it pronounce PLS as R? And also, why does it say Izzy Sanchez as Izzy Sanchez? Is it French? It must be French, chat. In French, it would be Izzy Sanchez, right? But it's pronouncing it wrong. That brings us up to 49%. That is almost 50% of the way there. And yeah, look at that lead. Look at this unstoppable lead by AJW.
I had Nate Silver from 538 on last week saying it literally is as close as it could possibly be.
Are they made of rice? Maybe I could eat that then. I enjoy the strawberry. Oh my God, the strawberry is good. The strawberry is so good. Okay, wait, how is this going to work out? I'm waiting. Scott Weber. Scott Weber. You've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. I was like, wait, Morbius has already gifted 1 sub to Morbius, right? How's this next one going to work out? Can you check the throne? The chatter said they would donate there. Yeah, so my alerts are sometimes working, sometimes not. The one for, they have been working tonight so far, but I don't know. I don't know. What am I supposed to press? Like that?
Do you really think that this will move the needle in the race, or has it, what it's really done, has it given the Democrats more impetus, particularly?
Look, you understand this is actually the main effect of debates, right? A lot of it is about confidence. Confidence on your side, confidence in your campaign, hell, confidence of the candidate, right? A lot of that's what it's about. It doesn't necessarily have to be about directly translating into a lead, but chat, as we're going to see, Kamala has apparently opened up a 5-point lead. That is, if I'm not mistaken, the biggest lead of the election so far.
After the debate debacle with Joe Biden.
Do I really think that Taylor Swift's endorsement, where her biggest audience is Gen Z, which is the smallest vote, which is the biggest voting bloc, but the voting bloc in which the fewest people vote, and she just posted to millions of people a voter registration link in her Instagram, do I think that that will have an impact in this election where the margins are probably going to be decided by tens of thousands or just thousands?
Morbius Dragon with the gift sub to Killjoy 40K. So like altogether, what that brings us up to 55. And remember, if you just donated, feel free to let me know which of these topics you want to see next. I've already got yours, Izzy, but still waiting to hear from Morbius.
Thousands of votes? Absolutely. And I think that we should take advantage of every opportunity that we get. It's important to note, too, that Donald Trump forced her...
I mean, only if you want to, chat. Only if you want to. You can always say Vox Populi if you want to throw it back to the chat and make the chat count for more. Make the vote count for more. Make the donos count for less. You can say that. You can say Fallout New Vegas. Or you don't have to say anything at all if you don't want to. I will not twist your arm. No matter what you might have heard from other streamers, what NCC, she's always twisting people's arms and telling them they have to vote. No, I don't say that.
Man, this was an unforced error because he was so...
Yeah, Jasmine Crockett is awesome.
...desperate to lie about accepting her endorsement by posting...
MTG. Oh, that's right, you did. Wait. Which one did I put in the wrong thing? Did I put one of these in the wrong thing? Oh my god, I'm so confused. Well, I know at least 6% goes with MTG, right? I think I just didn't add it yet, right? I didn't add it to the wrong place, did I? Because, yeah, 31 sounds right for AJW, and then, yeah, this makes sense. I think I did it right.
Posting some AI Swifties for Trump photo, he couldn't help himself but lie. And so that forced her.
He's fucking desperate. He's fucking desperate.
In terms of then going out there and saying, look,
yeah, BTC is right. 30,000 people checked the voter registration site after Swifty's endorsement. You didn't hear this earlier, but Obsessive Audio, Patrick David was calling that the lowest conversion rate in history, right? Calculating somehow like the amount of views on that post and the amount of signups that happened by 2 p.m. Remember this 30,000 number that we're throwing around here? This was by the next day at 2 p.m. So like, I don't know, 14 hours later, you had 3,000 views on that site.
I don't know if I would have said anything, but because there was manipulated video, manipulated photos out there, I thought the right course of action was to correct the record and let my actual position be known. And so because this guy is incapable of telling the truth, because he has to wield lies on a daily basis, because every time
he's a lie wielder,
he opens his mouth,
grifting liar, gonna grift and lie, true.
He has to spew disinformation and misinformation. He screwed himself here, and so he's the one that's going to be hurt from all of this.
Chat, I kind of like the pink. What do you think? What do you think? Here's the thing, though. I feel like, okay, I'm having it like, it's not an identity crisis, but it's like it's a brand crisis, right? You notice like a lot of my branding is pink. You notice my armbands are pink, right? And like, you know, I've always like kind of favored pink, but I feel like, is it kind of like immature looking? Like I always feel like as a commentary channel, like I'm supposed to not have like super girly stuff. I don't know why that is. 3 million subs? Wait, what? Oh, for Piers Morgan Uncensored? It should go with go really well with it. Yeah, pink and green. Oh, I love pink and green together. Pink is awesome. Okay, it's not too like baby, like I don't know, like too.
Moving back to just something that I think Michael said and
too Barbie.
Cenk said. Cenk started off.
BTC has 3 million subs. That's nice.
Very rightly talking about.
Yeah, he's really built his channel quite quickly. I got to take some notes from some of these people that are growing their channels. BCatK says I'm pink and girly, and all the pinks too. That's a big girl pink. It's a big girl pink. That's some context.
How
what I said earlier.
And Donald Trump seem unhinged by perpetuating these ideas that dogs and cats are being eaten and that
dogs and cats living together,
that women are having post-birth abortions. And the first thing that Michael does when he comes on here is perpetuate these exact claims. Look, you guys can do this
and
until you're blue in the face
with evidence.
I
don't let Barbie kill my love for pink. I mean, I don't hate Barbie. Although honestly, growing up, Barbie was my sister's thing.
I don't know how to.
And we had this, like, I was born really close to one of my sisters, and we had this whole thing where, like, if I liked Coke, she liked Pepsi. Oh no, actually, I think it was the opposite. I think she liked Pepsi, so I liked Coke, even though I actually liked Pepsi. You know what I mean? We had this whole thing of like, you know, we had to have like the opposite. Like if the other one was into something, we would be like, you know, we had this, it was weird because we were like competitive about my parents' love or something. So we were always kind of at odds. If I liked, you know, rock, she liked country.
Convey the extent to which when Republicans say this kind of stuff, it does not resonate with normal people. And you seem crazy. And Donald Trump went out there on stage, got laughed at by the entire nation. And then, Michael, you come on here.
Sinful Solution says Coke is better. I don't know. I feel like I always actually liked Pepsi, but I felt obliged to say that I liked Coke because my sister loved Pepsi. So
you do the exact same thing. So please triple down on this, quadruple down on this, make this election a referendum on this bogus notion that women are executing their babies after they're born. I beg of you, we'll see how that works out.
The fucked up thing is that in my family, like, the girls are grouped by hair color, right? Like, my mom and my one sister have like blonde hair, and my sister and myself have brown hair, right? So like, yeah, it's a kind of family where you always feel like obliged. Like, for a while, I dyed my hair red just so my hair wouldn't look like my sister's. Like, literally, because like the thing is, I don't know. I don't want to look. I have glasses and she doesn't. Okay, so.
Okay.
Do you know what I mean, though, chat? You don't want to look too much like your siblings.
Brian, just to respond briefly, Brian, all I did was refer to the law that Kamala Harris's running mate passed as the governor of Minnesota. The position that he currently.
Marvel by Nature says, I wear purple all the time. It's my favorite color. I don't think it looks immature to wear. I like purple. I feel like purple would look less like, but I just feel like, commentary channel and you're like pink. It's like, okay.
Holds. So, if you think that sounds crazy or wild.
Ooh, dark blue is pretty.
I don't know what to tell you. Then I suppose we're living in different countries. I think Cenk made a much better point than Ryan just made. And Cenk's point was that Americans want change. They don't like the status quo. And I think that's absolutely true. And I do think this was the missed opportunity of the debate. The status quo is Kamala Harris.
Right.
She's the vice president. She's been imbued with presidential authority on immigration and other issues. So the change agent is Donald Trump here. That's what the debate's got to be about. That's what the election focus has to be about.
But actually, most viewers would have had the complete opposite impression. I mean, somehow, miraculously, Cenk, I thought Kamala Harris managed to present herself as the change option here, given the fact she's been VP for nearly 4 years, is extraordinary. Ben Shapiro, your great friend, tweeted this: this debate won't matter. The American people still know nothing about
Here we go, chat.
Positions. Donald Trump is still Donald Trump, and the legacy
dark blue and purple
media are still a giant flaming dog turd.
Okay, so first of all, I'm enjoying everybody saying that I'm right. Thank you, guys.
I'm just enjoying the imagery of a giant flaming dog turd. Yeah, Closer, thank you. Closer424 says she did endorse Biden, so I'm not making this up. It's real. It's real. Why wouldn't she endorse Kamala? Right? If there's a brand thing where there's just like, oh no, I got MAGA people that follow me. Because, like, here's the deal. If you don't know this, like, Taylor Swift, before she was considered left-coded, because she is kind of left-wing, and maybe most of her fans are too. I would say most of her fans, right? She came from country. She was like a country musician. She was like me, chat. She's like country. No, I'm not really. I always joke it'd be funny though if I was a country singer, but sometimes I say full hog. But that's another thing. Anyway, chat. Anyway. So she came from country, and she probably had some right-wing fans at some point, and for some reason, like literal fucking racists used her as like the symbol for like white purity or something, because she's blonde and she's white and she's, I don't know, right? At some point, that's what she symbolized. And I don't think she liked that. Maybe also because like she was like, her foil was Kanye West before Kanye West was right coded.
So in this debate, Kamala Harris, the right wing is saying manipulated Donald.
Yeah, that's what Taylor said. Is she's like, of course I'm gonna endorse Kamala Harris. I'm Taylor Swift. I'm sorry. Everything's turning into the Costco guys. Of course I eat the chicken bake.
Trump into being dumb.
Of course I eat the double chocolate chip cookie. Wait, what is it? Double chocolate chunk or something. Looking forward to Irene's country western album. Yeah, we'll do a bunch of covers.
And it'll
all be like Dolly Parton. It's like
dumb things. Well, what does that tell you about Donald Trump? I mean, really, guys, you know it too if you're a right winger. He got manipulated that easily. He's such a spoiled little child. The minute you mention his toy, which is the rallies, he's like, no, my rallies are bigger than your rallies. Come on, you're running for president, brother. be a little bit bigger than that, but he can't help himself. He's a tiny, weak man. That's why he was baited so easily. His mind is weak. So look,
those Costco guys, I hate that I know they exist.
As you know, the conservatives here talking about post-birth abortion, really name one case in the entire country where a woman had a baby and then executed it, and the state said, oh, that's totally okay. We allow post-birth abortion.
You pictured South Park when I made the voice parodying Taylor Swift?
You can't name one case because it's never happened, and you guys sound absolutely nuts when you say it. So I agree with Brian. Keep saying nutso things. In fact, hold on, I'm not done yet. Hold on. And then now they're attacking the moderators. Attacking the moderators is so weak. First of all, there's no crying in politics. So when you cry about the moderators, you're just telling everybody we lost the debate. Thank you for admitting it. Second of all, now some right-wing media loons are talking about arresting the ABC moderators and shutting down ABC. Okay, do you know how pathetic and unhinged you sound when you make statements like that? First of all, what happened to free press? I thought you guys were in favor of free speech. All of a sudden, when your feelings get hurt, shut down the whole network, arrest it. What happened to cancel culture? Okay, so look, guys, if you don't want people...
Still mad at Anna for defending Trump. Look, I'm not a fan of TYT, all right? I got a lot against TYT. I know moderators from TYT that like wanted to support the network, that had put so much into it, probably had donated a lot to the network too, right? And they just got fucked over. And then when they tried to bring up their concerns, they were just fucking fired. They were banned, not even fired, banned.
People to think you're going to be nuts, and
they literally just got rid of all the moderators on TYT rather than actually deal with the bullshit that Anna had caused.
Dictatorial. Don't say things like we're going to arrest debate moderators for doing fact checks. And don't say that people are eating cats and dogs and they're cannibals, as Michael said. What are you talking about? Look, anyway,
he's like, don't you know about the country of Haiti? Human is the top dish. I don't know. What's he going to say?
Right.
Haiti has rampant.
All right, let me bring. It's rampant. It's rampant. Oh my gosh. There's just people always eating people everywhere. It's like happening left and right. It's...
That's why.
Are you eating somebody over there? Oh God, you. Rampant cannibalism. I'm sorry, folks. What are we gonna do? What are we gonna do? It's rampant cannibalism. Hey, you there? Get that toe out of your mouth. Stop eating human flesh.
To us.
I thought this was an important part as well. This is when Kamala Harris talked about Vladimir Putin and said that Putin would eat Trump for lunch. Let's take a look at this.
There's real cannibalism.
What you think is a friendship with what is known to be a dictator who would eat you for lunch.
Now, Tommy, it's interesting because Trump has always presented himself as the strong man on the world stage.
As opposed to casual cannibalism. Yeah, Haiti's overrun by zombies. I almost forgot.
And you're looking at these two candidates last night and thinking which one would be a more effective, powerful commander-in-chief. What did you think of that exchange? Was Trump robust enough in going back at Kamala Harris? It seemed to me like she kept jabbing him with stuff like that, and he wasn't really coming back hard.
Well, there's no doubt that this was very choreographed by the Kamala Harris team, and she did an excellent job executing that performance.
Said it again.
And she did a great job. I'm not going to sit here and pretend that she didn't. She knew exactly what to say, and she knew exactly how to say it to get Donald Trump to say the lines that the American people are sick of.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I didn't say. She was leading him around like a puppet. She was puppeteering him. She was like doing this, and he was doing that, right? It was like literally. My God, Chad. I don't want to say what I'm thinking. I want to say that I'm thinking about Kamala possibly having a small doll of Donald Trump, but you know what I'm saying? She was doing stuff, and he was reacting to what she was doing, and it was like she was controlling him. That's what it felt like.
I want to hear him say anything nice about Putin because the Russia, we've been through this before. I don't know why he took that bait. All he would have had to say is, listen, in my administration, I defeated ISIS in the caliphate. There were no new wars. There was no incursion by Russia into Ukraine, as there were.
No new wars? Sounds like no new taxes, which was bullshit. Bullshit, right? No new taxes. What kind of weird, like, right? It's like he's trying to get by on a technicality. He continued the forever war in Afghanistan. Right? He continued a war that had been going on for 20 years. He did acts of war against Iran. He continued to drone in Yemen.
During the Obama administration and certainly during the Biden administration.
Like, why do people let him get away with so much? Crimea was an incursion into Ukraine. Well, technically, Simone, I believe that was under Obama.
He could have doubled down on his discussion of China and how he really put China on its heels. He could have said all of
Yeah, Trump defeated ISIS
things, how he
all by himself.
bankrupted Iran, which he did to an extent.
All by himself.
On those more. Unfortunately, he took the bait. What I'm most disappointed in is the ABC moderators' failure to hold Kamala to account on her flip-flops. They didn't hold her to that. I think they asked exactly one question on the economy. It was the first one, and she didn't answer it. I think if we're talking about the poor performance by the ABC moderators, not only do I think it was a 3-on-1, I think they could have asked more questions that the American people actually cared about. Talking about moving forward, they spent so much time talking about 2020, about the election, about January 6th. They could have talked about the future. I wish they would have done that. I wanted to hear more about the plans and the policy positions of Kamala Harris and why she's not the same as she was in 2019 and 2020. That's what I wanted to hear. That's not what we were given. I think it was a failure on Donald Trump's part to redirect, but I also think it was a failure on ABC's behalf to talk about the things the American people actually care about.
Yeah, I mean, Michael, I'm going to play a mashup of all Kamala's facial expressions because she kept turning and looking directly at Trump, and it was quite effective. Let's take a look.
In fact, I was going to send her a MAGA hat. She's gone to my philosophy, but if she ever got elected, she'd change it.
And that's the whole thing, right? The MAGA hat thing might have been effective if the camera had been like just on him. Like, and especially if they had had a studio audience and he'd said, I'm going to get her a MAGA hat, and they all like laugh, right? It would have probably been effective. But instead, she's side by side. And, you know, I also want to say that probably her animated expressions might have contributed to the cameraman's choice. I don't want to say it's like a cameraman, the camera person's choice to film them like side by side, or like probably the producer or somebody, right? But whoever's like selecting which cameras are on, right? They chose to stick on this look right here a lot. And if she had just been neutral expression, I don't know if they would have done it as much, right? There's something to see. She gave them something to see. Therefore, the camera's on, and therefore she gets to editorialize his statements with just her face. And that takes something that might have been a little bit of a something, kind of a little bit of a own, not an own. What would it even be? A little bit of a banger, a mini banger, and turn it into like nothing at all.
Her father's a Marxist professor in economics, and he taught her well. But when you look at what she's done to our country, like they have, and policies like they...
Her expressions, as Obsessive Audio says, are what we all were thinking. That's true. That's true, actually.
I don't say her because she has no policy.
Now, Michael, it was a very deliberate aesthetic thing that she was doing, which was to keep turning to Trump and kind of laugh at him, mock him, look aghast at him, and so...
Oh my God, chat, how are we only on 46 likes? What the fuck? I'm sorry. I don't want to sound like I'm complaining, okay? I haven't said anything about likes this whole stream. It's my fault. Little zinger to a nothing burger? Yeah. It was like, yeah, around there, Black Spidey.
And, you know, you can look at it two ways. You could say she overhammed it, but I did think it was quite effective to viewers watching at home.
I found it wore a little bit thin, but it was to
Kamala sub-dissing him, like sub-tweeting, kind of.
So, you know, people's...
Had to lower the volume while she was, while she was talking? Oh, I thought you were going to say you had to lower the volume from her facial expressions. Sinful Solution says, I had the same facial expressions.
Mileage may vary with that. There was a real irony with the rules around this debate and Kamala's facial and even vocal interjections, which is during the
MAGA, make that asshat go away. Boom, Agent 47 over here.
first debate back in June, Joe Biden wanted the mics to be cut when the opponent...
No shit.
opponent wasn't speaking. And Trump agreed to that eventually.
What a jabroni.
And that rule ended up really helping.
Did you think he's a jabroni? He's a jabroni. Trump. Am I right?
Then in this debate, Kamala wanted the mics to be on.
This guy's like, his face should be on the page of the dictionary that's for jabroni, right? His face should be there. That's what a jabroni is.
So she could have her I'm speaking moment. And Trump insisted that the mics remain off. And ironically, it seems to have helped Kamala here, because I think had her mic been on and she had interjected with all of these rude remarks and her over-the-top facial expressions, I think it would have made Trump look even calmer and more presidential by comparison. So she did relatively well. And the other really impressive thing that she did in debate prep is she got...
Oh, wait, no, I forgot. Yeah, the stream died. That's why there's only 50 likes. I'm definitely not complaining. I am definitely not complaining, but if you haven't liked the stream yet, if you haven't liked the new stream yet, please do so. It would really help me out a lot. And I don't say enough for Thumb Gang, but I appreciate the fuck out of Thumb Gang. Speaking of people I appreciate, I have been remiss, slightly remiss, un poco remiss, in shouting out Patreons lately. So let me do that right now. I always feel bad though that if certain Patreons like aren't there while I'm shouting them out, but let me shout you out now, all right? For the $5 tier and above, if you're a fancy weasel or above, I give you a fancy shout out every single stream. So let me shout those people out now. Shouts out to Omega Star, shouts out to John Richter, shouts out to Jules K, shouts out to Just Julie. Shouts out to Moe Noe. Shouts out to Shakespeare. Shouts out to Stephanie Parks. And shouts out to Funky Monkey. No, shouts out to Temporal Insanity. Shouts out to Funky Monkey. There we go. Thank you Patreons. But yeah, that's right. I forgot that we started a new stream. No wonder my view count is low. No wonder the likes are low.
Rid of that crazy cackle.
Yeah.
That crazy cackle she's had on the campaign trail for decades at this point. That disappeared overnight, and whoever prepped her on that deserves a prize in political science.
Well, she also, Brian, she didn't do too much of the word salad stuff. I mean, she did right off the top when she clearly looked nervous. But once she settled in, we didn't get the normal stream of word salad stuff, which I thought, again, was a...
I want a word salad, chat. I want any kind of salad. I would eat alphabet soup. I would eat SpaghettiOs with, like, you know what I mean? Talking about SpaghettiOs that like it's like the letters. What are they called, chat? They're the SpaghettiOs that you can spell things out with because they have letters. It's kind of like alphabet soup, but with SpaghettiOs. What is that shit called?
Plus for her. But the big question...
I'm so hungry.
The question for Kamala Harris now is, you know, she's ended up winning the debate. Fantastic night for her. Good for the...
I made myself a smoothie because, like, I had to eat something, but, like,
what
Alpha-Getty?
What does she do now to try and win the election? 50-odd days to go.
I think she continues doing what she did on that debate stage. That debate stage was a microcosm of this actual debate, which was to draw the contrast between somebody who beats his chest about law and order while simultaneously presenting himself as a 34-time convicted felon. Continuing to hammer away at the fact that Donald Trump is responsible for overturning Roe in this country, which is an issue that has killed Republicans, that has cost Republicans elections in Virginia and Ohio and Kansas and Kentucky and Alabama, while Kamala Harris has presented herself as a champion of abortion rights. And really to put on full display her vision for the future. I think what's so interesting is that
Tucker Carlson has the craziest cackle. You know who else does? Ben Shapiro.
Tommy brought up this idea that the onus was on Kamala Harris to present some vision for the future. And if we think about this election, as far as Trump is concerned, is entirely predicated on seeking vengeance for what happened on January 6th. He wants to release the January 6th insurrectionists who've been prosecuted, who've been indicted and charged. He is solely focused on getting retribution.
Morbius says, I had to cancel all my memberships last month because I needed money. Probably will be getting those memberships back soon again. Hey, everybody out there, and Morbius too, right? If you ever never feel like obliged to take care of yourself first, right? Take care of yourself first always. And remember that I appreciate your thumbs just as much. So if you think that you're not contributing towards the stream, you're wrong. You're wrong, because those thumbs actually help a lot. And just you being here and watching helps a lot. So I appreciate you, right? Yeah, and I definitely want people to always take care of yourself and take care of those you care about first, right? It's just like on an airplane. You got to put that mask over yourself first, okay? So make sure you got that mask on before you think of it anything else.
For those people, for what happened on January 6th.
Has the panels talked about Trump's policies? Not really. What else do they talk about? So the real irony around the debate is what we're on now. Then Biden was too old and Trump was too crazy. We got Dan Crenshaw, if you don't remember him from Hassan fame. This is the guy that Hassan said that maybe a brave Mujahideen had given him that wound in the eye through some kind of means. Kamala Harris made a big mistake challenging Trump to a second debate. Frank Luntz gives his verse. So we got Frank Luntz. This is this guy's like he does focus groups, right? He's a right winger. He's a Republican, but he's usually got some good things to say. He's usually like, he's kind of like a horse race guy. He's kind of like a polls guy. And I actually do, somewhat listen to what he has to say. And then we got RFK Jr. That's what we got up next.
He was asked in this debate.
And if we hit that sub goal, then we'll also have, what are we looking at? AJW steps for Anna Kasparian. Brianna Wu leaves the left. I don't know. It depends on what you vote for. And it depends on what you donate for. So when you donate, make sure to let me know in the chat which of these topics appeals to you, whether it's Brianna Wu leaves the left, breathe into your balls. That's an interesting one. MTG, it's almost NoFap November, so we gotta talk about the weird manosphere shit. MTG versus Laura Loomer, AJW Sims for Anna Kasparian, or you could say Vox Populi if you want to throw it back to the voters and make the vote count for more, make the donos count for less. That's what you can tell me.
Whether he would sign a nationwide abortion ban multiple times, refused to answer it.
Izzy Sanchez says canceling Trump, challenging Trump for a second debate wasn't a mistake. It showed how scared Trump is. That's true.
Talk about a vision for the future. He won't talk about what he's offering for the future. He's solely focused on relitigating events of the past.
Ryan, Donald Trump on his campaign website, the first link is the platform page. It's a 20-point, fairly specific plan on what he will do on inflation, on immigration, on, he's said repeatedly he doesn't want a national abortion ban, on foreign affairs. Kamala Harris, until 2 days ago, did not have a policy page on her website. It was only when some of us in the conservative media pointed out that she was lacking in this vision that they threw one up, and it was shown by the source code that much of it was stolen from Biden. The rest of it was stolen from Trump. So I agree she had a rather good...
I think he means metadata.
Obviously with a lot of help from the ABC moderators, but I think it is preposterous to say that she presented a vision for the future. There was very little policy substance discussed at all. And if there is going to be a second debate, this I think would be the silver lining in the storm cloud for Republicans, is President Trump needs to make sure that the focus is entirely on policy. They open up asking Kamala about the economy. She starts talking about when she was a little girl in the middle class or whatever. They bring up immigration. She starts talking about crowd sizes. She has got nothing on policy.
I'm sorry, but Trump was deflecting. Trump was ready to turn everything into being about immigration. If you watched his debates, if you watched his interviews around the time of the debate, Lex Friedman, like he was turning everything into either being a question about Afghanistan or immigration, even if he was asked a different thing. So you could tell what he was going to do. The only reason he didn't do that successfully is because Kamala triggered him. Kamala had him talking about exactly what she wanted him to talk about. So yeah, I don't want to hear about Kamala, pivoting.
Because the Kamala Harris-Joe Biden record on policy has been 3.5 years of unmitigated failure. If Trump can focus on that in the next debate, he wins.
Okay, Tommy, you've got to leave us. I know. Hang on one second, Brian, because Tommy has to go. Just quickly, Tommy, before you go, what advice would you give Trump? You've always been, I think, very, friendly, critical towards him. I think in an admirable way, when many just blindly go in the tank for him or blindly the other way. What advice do you give him to try and now retrieve what I think has been quite a damaging 24 hours for him?
Right. Well, I think that he needs to act very presidential, especially in these next couple of weeks. He needs to show the American people that he can, in fact, restrain himself. And sometimes that's not easy for him to do. I think we all know that. It can be his biggest attribute, but it also can make him his own worst enemy. I'm not going to make any bones about that. But I would also say my advice to Donald Trump would be this. No more rallies. You don't need to do rallies. Do smaller events, do town halls, do more interviews, do...
She's killing him. She's fucking killing him. He's doing the weave. Yeah. Look, she's killing him here. She's killing him. What she's saying to him is actually harmful to him. She's supposed to be on here like as a conservative supporting, you know, like Piers says, like, you know, she's not always like 100% like approving of him, but she is, you know, obviously on the right, and she is killing him with this shit of like, you know, Trump, you don't need to do any more rallies. Just do podcasts. She's basically saying that the rallies are an own, that the thing that he prided himself on, the thing that he flexed on Joe Biden is actually now a liability for him. And that is absolutely tearing him up.
More podcasts. And Kamala Harris made one point last night that unfortunately I have to agree with. When he does these rallies, he goes off on tangents, he rambles. It's not helpful to him. He needs to be very concise. He needs to learn how to be...
I mean, honestly, he should have her on his plane instead of Lauren Loomer, right? He's not getting the best advice right now. Whoever he's got surrounding him is giving him bad stuff, and what she's saying is actually, unironically, would be better for him. Still, fuck her though.
Brief and not ramble and hit the issues square.
Omega Star says tangents? You don't say.
Because he wins on the issues. So I hope that he does that. He needs to take a page out of Ronald Reagan's book. He can still be charismatic. He can still be a performer.
I mean, yeah, her hair is on point. That's true.
But he really has to.
It's making me want to lighten my hair, chat.
Buckle down and get back to business. I'd also like to see him bring Kellyanne Conway back on the team because I think that he needs better advisors. I think his advice.
I mean, Kellyanne Conway is hilarious, but yeah, anything would be better than what he's getting right now. She knows he won't fill stadiums or rallies. That's exactly right, Queen Bee. That's exactly right.
Are doing him a disservice by just telling him to do whatever the hell he wants. It's not working.
Or he's not listening to his advisors, which could also be true. Tommy, great to have you back on Uncensored. I know you're going to leave us. Thank you very much indeed. Cenk, question for you. Did you share Kamala Harris's pride that Dick Cheney has given her his endorsement, given that in 2008, the president of the United States, Joe Biden, described Dick Cheney as the most dangerous vice president in American history?
Yeah, no, I did not. That was one of the low moments for Kamala Harris. The Democrats have to stop bragging about the...
People are saying that she's scripted, but I think that's just cope. She was prepared. Exactly.
Cheney's. I don't know if they know this. Dick Cheney left office with an approval rating of about 9%.
20%. Oh, it's 9%?
So
I thought it was like 20.
Look, she did wonderful jiu-jitsu on immigration, got him talking about eating cats and dogs when it should have been a strength. It was a massive weakness for him. But
Trump is just in a death spiral. That's what it seems like right now.
On this issue, the Republican Party is the one that gave us Dick Cheney.
Queen Bee says, ain't no way that Trump was going to become Ronald Reagan in 2 months. Look, there's like Ronald Reagan was born that way. Like he came out of the box like that, right? He was a kid. Like Donald Trump is a reality show star. All right. Ronald Reagan was an actor. That's the difference. That's how that manifests, right? Reagan is controlling his performance. Trump is unleashing his id. Does that make sense?
And they gave us the Iraq War, the endless wars.
Reagan could act presidential. Trump goes viral. Trump can go viral. You know, Reagan. Maybe Reagan wouldn't work in this day and age, but Donald Trump is his own worst enemy.
And the corruption and all of that. Stick them with it. Instead, embracing it is not the right way to go. But it goes to my point that I've been saying all along, Piers, which is that people can't think outside their own bubble. The establishment thinks, oh, doesn't everybody love Dick Cheney? We all love Dick Cheney. We all love everyone who was in power. And
well, no, it's this weird fascination with the previous administration, right? That like when Cheney and Bush were in power, when they kept the Iraq War going, you know, when there was just all this like borderline illegal shit going on with Cheney and Scooter Libby and everything, everybody was like, this fucking sucks. This is the worst president, worst vice president. And then they were proven wrong by Donald Trump. Like, okay, this is the worst president now. So it's weird. It's like they have nostalgia. They're like, oh yeah, you remember Cheney? Yeah, he's pretty cool. Remember George Bush? Oh, he's doing paintings now. Oh, he's so adorable. Look at that. Look at that cute old man. He's doing watercolors, right? And they start to like nostalgize Bush and Cheney, and it's gross.
We kiss up to them? No, the country hates Dick Cheney. And MAGA thinks, oh yeah, babies are being executed all over the country because of Tim Walz. Yeah, A, it's not true, and B, no one else believes that. So if you keep saying it, it's not going to help your cause. And Piers, you know what I've been saying for about a year now. Biden was too old and Trump was too crazy. And the first debate showed that Biden was too old, and the second debate showed that Trump was too crazy.
Yeah, I mean, Brian, I know you wanted to come back at something
Michael Knowles does not like that.
So by all means, do that.
He's trying to think of something to say. But look at him.
I think what's happened here is that any preconception Republicans may have had that Kamala Harris would be a walkover, and that there was
what did he call her? Like low intelligence?
No real difference.
I mean, that's what Karl Rove said. Speaking of people that are trying to be, Karl Rove is getting fucking likes, getting updates on Twitter right now because he said that he called her low intelligence, right? And then she beat him in a debate. What does that make him? What does that make him?
Her or Biden in terms of impact on the race itself. I think that has now gone up in smoke. She is definitely a better candidate than Biden.
Look, do we need to do this? Maybe we do. Let's take a look here. Mono neon. So I don't know how many of you know about this guy, but his name is Mono Neon. And every time that like a viral, kind of video comes out, he turns it into a song. So check this out.
They're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there. And this is what's happening in our country. They're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there. And this is what's happening in our country. They're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there. And this is what's happening in our country. Cat dog, cat dog. They're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there. And this is what's happening in our country. Cat dog, cat dog. They're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there. And this is what's happening in our country.
Yeah, people said Parliament Funkadelic. Yeah, mixed with some Frank Zappa, sure. Yeah. I see that. Anyway, I just had to take a little break there.
Would have ever been, given his
Dua Lipa pencil move.
Cognitive state. And the momentum she will get from last night should not be underestimated. But nor should Trump's ability to bounce back. In a way, he's at his most dangerous as a politician, I would argue, when he's got his, when his feet are being torched. I mean, I'll show you.
That sounds like cope. But look, there is a fact about politics, right? If you're Hillary Clinton and you think that you're inevitable, and you think that you've got this, and you've engineered it so that your campaign, your opponent is like the worst person that you could possibly get, right? Is a ridiculous ass clown who's out there saying, grab him by the pussy. And you're like, you know what? I don't need to go to Wisconsin. I don't need to do shit. I got this election in the bag. Look, New York Times says 95% chance. I'm good. Then yeah, you're more likely to be surprised and lose in a really embarrassing way. That's true. That's true of every politician. So yeah, when a politician thinks that there is, you know, and when a following of a politician thinks that there's a chance that that politician will lose, they're more likely to turn out. So there is some truth to that, but I don't think he's trying to make it's about Trump. He's a dangerous animal. When you back him into a corner, just like a snake, he'll rear back and he'll poison you. You'll die most horribly. When Donald Trump, you know, you've cornered an animal, you better be ready to kill it. And I don't think Kamal is quite prepared to do that.
The cover of Time magazine, which is quite clever, and it has a image of Trump in a golf cart, trapped in a bunker. We call them bunkers here, a trap to American golfers.
Don't we call them bunkers here? It's also called a sand trap, but I believe it's also called a bunker. I believe that we got our golf like tradition possibly from the UK. Is that correct?
And there he is in his...
Yeah, you knew I was a snake before you let me in.
...cart in the trap. And the headline is, in trouble. But the thing about Trump is he's...
Wait, aren't you like not supposed to do that? I feel like that's not a good thing, right? You're not supposed to, right? Aren't you like not supposed to drive a cart into the sand?
A much better golfer than people think he is. He can get out of...
Look, you can get out of a lot of things, including the top of the hour ad break. Unlike Trump, you can actually get out of your situation if you don't have a sub right now, for free with a Twitch Prime sub, or for $4 now on desktop for the month of September, because they're discounted. They're off. They're cheaper right now, right? You can do that as well. You could also possibly be gifted a sub, although that sort of thing more likely to happen if you're actually active in the chat on Twitch.
Bunkers, traps in golf very well. And
I really do need to concentrate on Twitch, right? This was going to be the month. This was going to be the month to try to be like, all right, let's get those subs. Let's get those subs up there. Let's get things going on Twitch. Like, I would love it, chat, if Twitch and YouTube were like equal, like, you know, status. And like, I mean, you can tell I kind of pay more attention to YouTube right now. There's a reason for that. But, you know, I don't know. I started out on Twitch. I would love to get Twitch like back and get it going. And we should get those numbers up. We should absolutely get those numbers up. So kind of hoping that people will take an advantage of the you know, September situation.
He's also proved himself to be very good at getting out of political traps, even though he fell into a few last night. Are you concerned that the bear's being poked and may come back?
He stared into the solar eclipse. Yeah.
Maybe Kamala Harris won't be able to handle that?
No, I completely disagree. I think that when Donald Trump is backed into a corner, he only hurts himself.
Yeah, Trump is a terrible golfer. That's true.
Look at what he said when he wasn't getting any attention because Kamala surged onto the screen. Her rallies were explosive. She was drawing in more people than he was. And so what did he do? He went on national TV and did, you know, said that she wasn't black. And then he had a press conference the next day at Mar-a-Lago where he said that his rallies drew more people than Martin Luther King Jr.'s I Have a Dream speech.
I almost forgot about that, Chad. I covered that, and I really need to put that out as a standalone video. He finally got his Time magazine. Was that Time? I didn't even notice. Wow.
Every time he's backed into a corner, he tries to kind of grab back the attention with some insane thing that might be fun for his base, but it's not going to help him. People watching Donald Trump say insane things is only going to help him with the people who are already supporting him. But for that sliver of people in the middle, the sliver of people who are going to decide this race, these conservative Democrats, these independents, these pro-democracy Republicans, these low propensity voters, young people, people of color, they're not going to watch Donald Trump brag that his crowd size was bigger than Martin Luther King Jr.'s I Have a Dream speech and think that's my guy. I've been waffling all this time, but now I know that that's my guy. I also want to harken back to something that Michael said before, which is that this idea that Kamala Harris, when she's running right now, she's running on all this baggage of the Biden-Harris administration. We have more than 16 million jobs added. We have a record high stock market. We have the lowest unemployment in 50 years. We have the strongest economy in the entire world. We've had more legislation passed under Joe Biden in the first 2 years of his administration than we've had in any administration in modern American history. This idea that this administration hasn't done a good job, that our economy is strong, that the United States is performing.
Elizabeth says Trump is Trump's own worst enemy. Yeah.
Well, not only relative to the rest of the world, but relative to where we've stood in the past, is a complete.
You assume that Trump will use this in his campaign ads? Wait, what do you think he'll use in his campaign ads? The golf thing, or the kill? They're eating the cats. They're eating the dogs. They're eating the pets of the people that live there.
He took the hook. He took the line.
Oh no!
Had in any administration in modern American history. This idea that this administration hasn't done a good job, that our economy is strong, that the United States is performing well, not only relative to the rest of the world, but relative to where we've stood in the past, is a complete denial of reality.
Here's the thing that every liberal is going to miss. And this is why the Democratic Party is not only inadequate for what the American people deserve, for what the American workers deserve, but dangerous. Dangerous because it empowers and it allows the Republican Party to have traction that they should not have. It allows like hateful bullshit like this, hate campaign against Haitians in Springfield to come up, right? Because although the signs of economic, abundance are all there in terms of employment rate, in terms of even inflation itself has gone way down, right? Capitalism continues to tighten the reins around the American worker. They continue to pull on those reins. They continue to make it worse and worse and worse. And I could almost show you mathematically why this is true. I usually don't get into theory. But you got three variables, C, V, and S. C is constant capital. These are the prices that are somewhat fixed. The price of the means of production, the price of machinery, the price of the commodities that go into the production are constant capital. The variable is your take-home pay, right? What you cost as a worker. That is stretchable because they can change that. They could theoretically raise it, but most of the time they're looking to lower it because the other variable is S, and that is surplus, right? And that surplus is the money that they sell the product for at the end of the process minus the constant and variable capital. And so for the S to be maximized, something has to be cut. And they can't cut the C. They can't make the prices of, they can't make the prices of the equipment. They can't make the stuff like cheaper to make. So that what they make, they make you get less pay. They cut the V. They're constantly cutting the V. Anytime there's a problem, anytime shit's not profitable, where do they take it out of? They take it out of your ass. They take it out of your paycheck, right? And for that reason, this profit crisis, this constant, profitability crisis will cause the immiseration of workers. And it's just going to get worse. And that's why people like Marx said that capital, contains within it the seeds of its own demise. What those seeds were, chat, are you and me, the workers. We are the seeds of capitalism's demise. But unlike Marx, I'm not so certain, right? I'm not so certain that it's like a fait accompli. And it seems like it's a lot easier for it to slip back towards, more barbarism than it is to go forwards towards a more social mode of production. But yeah, if you're wondering why things are worse, even though the economy says, even though all the numbers on the economy says it's better, that's why. That's why. And that's why liberalism, even democratic socialism, is not enough. And any gains that you get through those means, through a party like the Democratic Party, or even a more left-wing party like you'd see in Europe, right? Those gains don't stay. Ask people in Scandinavia, right? I'm pretty sure they got some of their stuff clawed back as well, right? That's not durable. You can't keep that. They will eventually, like, capital will get power, capital will accumulate and build power, and that accumulation will allow them to take back whatever you've gotten in your New Deal. That's why it needs something a little stronger. In the long term, we need something stronger than the Democratic Party. It's not going to be enough. You can't reform your way into a stable situation.
Okay, I get that Republicans are trying to wish cast, are trying to manifest into reality this idea.
I'll just sort of hold the panel for a moment. Michael, you can respond in a moment.
But yeah, that's why people are miserable, even though all the economic indicators are up. Yeah.
Well, we're being joined now by the former Navy SEAL and Texas Congressman, Representative Dan Crenshaw. Dan.
When he said former Navy SEAL, I was so hoping we were going to see Jesse, the body Ventura.
Thank you so much for joining Uncensored. A lot of reaction, obviously, to last night's debate. My honest opinion is that Trump lost it because the expectation.
Yeah. Obsessive audio is right. Production has gone way up and wages have not. Since Reagan, since Carter, actually. It's since Carter. And that's the nasty truth of it, is that, like, even, the Democrats are definitely better than Republicans. There's many cases where it's worthwhile to weaponize your vote to keep the Republicans out of power, especially if you live in a swing state. But yeah, the Democrats foisted neoliberalism on us too. The left really needs to try and address the misinformation about crime and the economy. Otherwise, they are just shooting themselves in the foot. Let all the lies fester. Well, it's not just the lies, right? So there are lies, in terms of, like, directing hatred at Haitian migrants, directing hatred at Venezuelan immigrants, et cetera, right? But there's also the truth of the matter is that people actually are pretty miserable. And it's not even because the economy sucks. It's because we're getting a raw deal. It's because when companies can take advantage of a situation like the pandemic, they do. And their profits go way the fuck up. And we get cut out of that. Their profits come at our expense. Their profits come from our immiseration. There's another element there that's not being addressed by the Democrats. And as long as it's not, we're going to be vulnerable to having, more right-wing governments.
Was that he would...
They're eating the golf balls.
Rough Kamala Harris up a bit and she would be exposed on the national stage and that would be it. That didn't happen.
I feel like he's made the eye patch look better before. I don't know what it is about the way that he's got it on now, but it looks like a bad pirate cosplay. Like, I'm not trying to make fun of his, injury. I'm not Hassan, but I just mean, like, I've seen him a bunch of times, and I don't know. I'm complaining about it. Okay, I should shut up, chat. I should shut up.
In boxing parlance, I'd say she won on points. What was your view?
I would say that he punched himself out. That's what I would say.
It's about right, and it's frustrating because it's such an easy debate to win.
Yeah, Farah says maybe we should do away with capitalism.
I just heard the talking point by one of your guests that somehow Kamala Harris and Joe Biden are...
Look, I'm not going to lie to you, okay? That is a large project. That is a hefty project. And that project only happens... I'll give you the first two steps. You'll have to figure out the rest of them. The workers need to realize that their interests are irresolvably opposed to those of capitalists. That's class consciousness. We realize who we are as workers. What makes our lot in life different than those who don't work for a living? And we recognize that there is no nice way to, like, live and let live with capitalists. As long as there's capitalism, there's going to be exploitation. That's the fact of the matter, plain and simple. And the second thing is a little something that I call fighting spirit. I taught kickboxing, right, to like wine moms, like for fitness, of course, right? I don't think I wasn't, at least I don't know if anybody that I ever trained went in to do actual fights, right? But I had to like awaken this fighting spirit within them. And a lot of themselves didn't think of themselves as fighters, did not think of themselves as tough, didn't think, just didn't have like the mindset, just didn't have the belief, just didn't have the confidence in themselves. And like when that shit wakes up, it's a beautiful thing. When you realize what your potential actually is, when you realize that there's a reason that they try so hard to keep you down, and that's because you've got something inside you that is dangerous to them, that is fundamentally dangerous if unleashed. And those are the first two steps. Like I said, there's more to it than that. But that's the bar. That's the bar.
Responsible for this great economy. I've never heard so much nonsense in my life. I can show you all the numbers that discredit that idea. The American Rescue Plan and their policies immediately resulted in record numbers of illegal immigrants crossing our border. They resulted in record inflation right away. Gas prices are 50% higher. Electricity prices are 30% higher. They claim they inherited a bad economy from Trump. That's also nonsense. By the time they took office, real GDP was back to pre-pandemic levels. Under Trump, it had undergone its massive recovery. Everything.
No, if you want to talk about like he's distracting you with one hand, you know what I mean? He's like got you. It's like a fucking shell game. Like he's using misdirection here, right? The big problem, was not unemployment or GDP or anything like that. The big problem, obviously, was inflation. And the seeds for that inflation were sown under Trump. And that inflation happened to everyone. That inflation happened across the globe. And it might have been better if there had been somebody a little bit more competent, somebody that people had confidence in at the helm, right? You're talking about a combination of supply chain problems, which reduce, supply and, necessary steps that were taken to make sure the American people were okay, but in the mind of Trump and the capitalists to make sure that they're, to make sure that the economy was okay, to make sure that their workforce was okay. And you get the combination of those two things, too much money chasing too little goods. That's how inflation happens. That is a recipe for inflation.
They say is a lie.
And Trump absolutely left Biden with an inflation bomb.
Now, the problem is that Trump didn't say what I just said.
Right.
That's the problem. This is a very easy debate.
Hasn't this guy been like anti-Trump at various times? I remember him being anti-Trump at one point. A lot of these Republicans can go through these cycles of like supporting Trump and opposing Trump, and then
debate to win against Kamala Harris. Now she's feeling good. She's feeling confident. I think Trump should take her up on that second debate. If she's offering that, I think he should take her up on that. But it's
probably his only chance, although it won't go well for him.
Discipline this time, and he needs to get new people around him who understand, who have maybe bothered once in their life to actually try to persuade an independent. I do agree with some of what was said, is that there's too much pandering to the base. And that's not necessary right now. What's necessary is to actually convince independents. And it's very easy to do because you got 4 years on one side, you got 4 years on the other. You've got policies that took place and you've got the outcomes associated with those policies. And it's a very, very clear distinction. And on those distinctions, Trump wins running away. All he has to do is talk about it. Now, it should also be said, I've noticed a couple things in that debate. While he did take the bait too often and didn't nail her when there were so many openings to nail her on policy. I did notice that he was also very disciplined, at least in his physical appearance, right? He didn't take the bait while she was sneering and jeering at him condescendingly looking over, trying to get his attention the entire time.
God, it feels like he got hurt.
He appeared very childish doing that. He remained stoic. He remained disciplined in that regard. But again, just missed a lot of opportunities because that were easy to swat back at her.
Do you know what? I just felt he wasn't entertaining in a way he normally is.
He wasn't fun. That's the one thing that Trump offers is fun.
He seemed a little bit dull. He was
entertainment, so to speak.
Himself a lot. He didn't laugh really at all. He didn't really crack many good jokes. It just wasn't the normal rock star debater we're used to with Trump. And as a result,
well, this is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. He's off his game. Like, right? He's been triggered, right? He's been perturbed, and it's driving him into this downward spiral. And that's what people are missing, right? It's that, like, Trump is not the same Trump that ran against Hillary Clinton. He's not even the same Trump that ran against Joe Biden.
To her hands, as did so many.
He's giving Trump the whole hawk to it. He's just spitting on it, yeah.
He did last night. He is, at the moment, hesitant about a second debate. Do you think it's imperative he does one, and that this debate is not the only one that the American public sees?
Yeah, I would absolutely suggest that he does another debate, but make sure that none of the people who prepared him for this debate are around, because they didn't do a good job. You need people who have actually bothered to try to persuade independent voters. Again, very easy debate to win. Very easy debate to win. If you go in there knowing the facts, knowing your points that you want to make, then you can relax and be yourself. As you noted, he didn't feel like himself. You can relax a lot more when you're confident in what you're saying. When you've got those, I just stated those numbers. You can memorize those numbers.
Yeah.
You can memorize.
Oh, Affair says Trump lost the debate to a woman of color. Of course it's killing him.
Those facts that actually matter when you're trying to make the comparison between a Kamala presidency and a Trump presidency. It's very easy to win this debate. And so my message to independent
It's his own ego and his own entitlement that are killing him.
voters is like, yeah, granted, she's a lawyer, right? She's a prosecutor. She knows how to push people.
Thanks to Tulsi Gabbard. I think Queen Bee's pointing out that Tulsi Gabbard is the one that he practiced with, he debate prepped with. Although, what did they say also? They said that he didn't debate prep. They characterized it in some different way. But regardless, like, she would, you know, what does he say? Who says? Oh no, that's RFK that says she was much more polished. But yeah, he didn't really prepare. Whatever he did, it didn't work.
That doesn't make her a good leader, and it doesn't make her policies any better for the American people. They're still really, really bad policy.
Trump lost his mojo, but he actually never had any. It's just more noticeable now.
Because she's jeering over at him and trying to poke him doesn't make her a good potential president.
No, it made her quite a skillful debater on the night, actually. I mean, you were a Navy SEAL, obviously. From a commander-in-chief point of view, do you think that she came out of this debate with those credentials slightly better than she went in as a potential commander-in-chief?
I mean, not from my point of view, but look, I'm a Republican that thinks everything she stands for is wrong for our country. So, you know, I granted I have some bias, but even on her personality, I've been observing Kamala Harris for quite some time now. I've never thought at all that she is somebody that I would ever want in a commander-in-chief position. She's defended the disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan. She's defended every policy Biden has put in place, to include basically letting the Russians continue to win in Ukraine. It took them multiple years for them to finally.
Chat, I just got the word that we've got 1,000 messages on both streams, right? The stream got cut in half. I got disconnected in the middle of the stream. We got 1,000 messages there, and then we come back, we got 1,000 messages there. It's pretty good.
We agree to better weapon systems to Ukraine to defend against the Russians. That worked.
Back to pre-pandemic levels. Biden's inauguration was 9 months into the pandemic, when shit was still shut down. They think that people will just forget.
Could have been in a much different place right now if it weren't for their feckless leadership. October.
Chat, what do you think? Okay, look, we've got more. Look, I'm going to skip through some of this stuff, okay? Because I want to see what Frank Luntz has to say, and I want to see what RFK Jr. Has to say. But yeah, if we don't hit the sub goal, I'm going to go to bed after that. We're like 50% there, so it's possible. It's possible that it could happen. But I'm thinking for the future, and I'm thinking that what we need to do one night is to have only Twitch, right? We'll stream. I'll do a stream. In fact, maybe not just a night, right? I'm thinking about doing a subathon, like a Twitch subathon, and streaming for like, I don't know. How does it work? Do you stream until you get a certain amount of subs? Is that how it works? We should set a sub goal, and I should stream until I get that number of subs. And we'll just do Twitch. We'll only do Twitch, right? That night. And we'll try to get it as high as we can. We'll try to get the concurrence as high as we can. And I think that might actually go a long way towards like building the Twitch presence. Because a lot of what Twitch is just getting those numbers up there. You get the numbers up there, then people see you. Because like people that follow you, they only see you when your numbers climb over a certain level, right? They've got a list of people that they follow, and they see them kind of like an order of like, this one's 1,000, this one's 500, this one's 200, this one's 300, this one's 100, this one's 50, right? And if you're like below that level, then they just don't see you, and they're like, oh, I guess you must have stopped streaming. So I feel like we could really go a long way towards bringing Twitch back. Especially since like everybody from Twitch Bowl has like quit. I would love to pick up all those viewers. There's just it's fucking decimated over there, right? And people still want to watch politics. They're just like, there are not that many people in the game. Anyway, we'll do it sometime. I'll plan it ahead. We'll set up some raids, we'll set up everything, and we'll make it good. We'll do that subathon. We'll get up to 200 subs, and then we'll be the closer. You just got a sub from Omega Star with the gift sub to the closer. You've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. You've just been weaseled. But yeah, we'll try to do that. We'll see what we can do. Right, I think I need to like reintroduce myself to Twitch or something. Because I feel like if I could get, that anyway, chat. I've got so much I need to do, so little time. Let's get back to the
happened on.
Okay, I'm done with him.
Wouldn't be much pushback if there were a minor incursion. So you see that on foreign policy. You see this issue on immigration, and all of the numbers Dan cited on the economy, I think, are quite apt. So then it puts Kamala in this very difficult position. She's now describing her platform as a new path forward. But of course, she's the sitting vice president. And the current vice president's a vegetable. So she's probably effectively the president. How is this a new path forward? Well, if she's going to reject the policies of her own administration, what's she going to revert to? All of her previously stated policies when she did run for president in 2020, though she had to get out before the first votes were cast, were to the left of Bernie Sanders. And they were
up to 61 to the left of Bernie Sanders. No. Where is he getting this? It's usually each sub that adds to a timer. Oh, you're talking about the hype train.
Deeply unpopular. Medicare for all, including Medicare for all for illegal aliens, defund the police.
Is she a vegetable or a mastermind?
Bail rioters and criminals out of jail, which she did herself when she was raising money for them on Twitter, so on and so forth. This puts her in a really...
Yeah, to the left of Bernie Sanders? Come on. There's a reason that people hated K-Hive, and it wasn't because it was to the left. It wasn't because Bernie people were like, yeah, that's too far left. That's craziness. No, we want Bernie. We want social democracy. Kamala wants to do full communism. That's why she's Kamala Harris.
Difficult position, because either she's got to defend the unpopular and failed status quo, or the even more...
Ooh, that's what we got on the last hype train, is that button pusher?
Unpopular policy.
Button masher?
First time. That's where Trump's got to pin her. He's got to put her in this place where either way she moves, she harms herself with the voters. And whoever prepares him for that next debate needs to make sure that that is where the focus is, and he's all...
Like, he did try with that. He mentioned student loans. He mentioned, Palestine, right? So... he apparently was trying to do it.
Always looking out to avoid.
Also, like, I wouldn't be so sure that there's going to be, what you all doing up so late? Oh my gosh, we're watching Piers Morgan.
The landmines that she can sometimes successfully lay for him.
Okay, we're running out of time a bit. Cenk, final words from you about this. How significant do you think this debate will end up being in this race?
Yeah, I think these two...
We're going to do full communism.
Debates are potentially two of the most significant debates that have ever happened in...
Communism. Kamalulist.
A presidential election. So they're a little bit of a microcosm of how they would do in office. And Biden's brain melted in the first debate and he showed you he can't make it another 4 years and force him out of the race. In this debate, Kamala Harris looked strong and in charge, and she as almost...
I actually think it's more that Trump looked weak. Like she looked fine. She looked fine. And in comparison to Trump, yeah, she looked good. But right, it's not, I don't think she had, like I said, I don't think she's a great speaker. I don't think that's her, like, she's not, like Tim Walz is a much better rhetorician than Kamala. But she did look presidential. She did look strong. She did look confident. And that's kind of all she needed.
Everyone here has acknowledged easily manipulated Donald Trump into traps that he fell into. But think about what that means. So when she's talking to Putin or other foreign leaders, she's going to be prepared and strong and be able to manipulate them to our advantage. Trump, on the other hand, was a fool.
Imagine what Trump's brain will be like in 4 years. Yeah.
Easily manipulated, fell into every trap. I mean, think about how unprepared he was. And that's exactly how he was as president. He never bothered to learn anything. After the 2020 election, he thought that we could terminate the Constitution because he didn't like the result of the election. That's not a thing. There is no process for terminating the Constitution. He kept saying things throughout his...
He's just fucking entitled, right? He's never been told no his whole life. He's been born with a silver spoon up his, in his mouth. Yeah.
Time in office and in this debate because he never does his homework. And that's how he is as president. He's weak. And the minute...
What do you think he did with Tulsi? Do you think they just got together and they're like, yeah, Kamala sucks. Yeah. Yeah. Remember when I said blah, blah, blah to Kamala? Yeah, that was so cool, Tulsi. You're like, they probably just like, commiserated.
Kim Jong-un says, oh, I like you. He's like,
yeah, Tim Walz needs to adopt me too.
Okay, build all the nukes you want. And so you saw there, that's exactly how every foreign leader manipulates Trump into their advantage and our disadvantage. I don't want that stench of weakness in the Oval Office again.
Okay. And Brian, your final thoughts.
My final thought is, I've sat here listening to Dan, to Michael. I believe Tommy made the same point about how Donald Trump has to fire his advisors. When he comes back for the second debate, he can't listen to these people who steered him wrong. Does anybody actually think that Donald Trump took the advice of any of his advisors? Does he think that he's disciplined enough to take any advice and not just revert back to exactly who he is, exactly the guy that we've seen for the past nearly a decade? The second he's poked, he is so easy to bait that you could dangle a cookie in front of a 4-year-old and they would have more discipline than Donald Trump. This notion that his advisors are responsible for what happened on that debate stage is a joke.
Sinful Solution says, wrap it up, BTC.
It's also, you look at someone like Ronna McDaniel, for example. She was fired as RNC chair because Donald Trump always needs to blame somebody for his own shortcomings. The reason that Republicans lost was not because of Ronna McDaniel or the RNC. It's because people aligned with Donald Trump, aligned with the America First agenda.
You're saying Trump is like one of those dolls where you press the button and they say the line? Yeah, except the thing with those dolls is you press a button and they say one of, like, I don't know, 6 lines. With Trump, it was like she was programming him. She was in the microprocessor programming him.
Didn't present themselves well to the American people because they're lunatics and they lost. But Donald Trump can't take responsibility for anything. And so somebody else had to get thrown under the bus as the result of that. What we saw on that debate stage was not the fault of his advisors, was not the fault of anybody on his team, was not the fault of anybody but Donald Trump. He cannot take responsibility, which makes it especially ironic that he's running to represent the party of personal responsibility.
Okay. And Michael, your final thought.
That is some delicious cope, KP Nation. Did you come here to cope? She had headphone earrings. The moderators are biased. They didn't fact check her enough. Wah, wah, wah.
Well, I think Brian's point is demonstrably silly because Trump debated in a different way last night than he usually does. And so I suppose what I'm calling for, Piers, I think what you had suggested too, is that we get a little bit of that old Donald Trump back. That go after the...
Are you just mad that everybody knows what an ass clown your favorite candidate is now? And that reflects badly on you as his supporter? Is that what this is?
media, that he focus a little bit more on the issues, bring a little bit more pizzazz.
Yo, delicious earrings. I don't know. Maybe I got trolled. Maybe KP Nation is actually stringing me around. Did I just get trolled? Maybe I got trolled. Are you here to troll? Did you successfully troll me? Did you say something sarcastically that I took in seriousness?
Into it. Absolutely. He has to do that sort of thing. To your point, Brian, you say that Donald Trump does not.
In other words, chat, did I just get debated?
Appeal to the American people. He doesn't appeal even to the Republican base. That's why he's got to throw Ronna McDaniel out.
Does BTC ever punch left? I don't watch him. I haven't seen it, but he is pretty, central, like centrist Libby.
Ronna McDaniel just left her position. And guess what? Donald Trump did something Kamala Harris was not able to do. Donald Trump was able to win the Republican primary for president. He was able to win his party's nomination fair and square through a process. Kamala Harris tried to win her party's nomination one time. She got thrown out of the race before the first vote was cast. And so she was able to finagle her way behind the scenes through a palace coup to get rid of the current president and take the nomination.
Hope.
Good for her. That's all very impressive.
Hope.
But I think this is why Kamala Harris made a big mistake by challenging Trump to another debate. Because next time they might not be on the most liberal network news station. Next time they might not have a 3-on-1 debate. Next time Donald Trump might have better preparation going in. And if
next time there might not be a next time, because Donald Trump is fucking cooked. And I don't just mean like rhetorically, right? I don't just mean that was a bad look for him. I mean that he's lost his confidence and he's not going to take that debate, even if he gets it, even if he gets the Fox News debate, right? You know what he's saying right now? He's saying that he wants to do a Fox News debate with Sean Hannity and Jesse Waters as moderators. So in other words, he's poison pilling the debate. He's proposing a debate that will never happen, right? Those aren't moderators. That's like, I'm trying to think what the analog to that would be. For the left, like Chris Hedges and Mehdi Hasan, right?
If that's the case, look,
I don't even think I'm saying. I don't think. I think it would have to be.
There's a reason that parties have primaries. It's to battle test their candidates. Kamala Harris remains completely untested. The debate was supposed to test her, but she didn't get any difficult questions whatsoever, and she had 2 people helping her out to beat Donald Trump. If we want to go for a round 2,
Donald Trump actually had to answer to journalists. Okay, I'm gonna blow your mind here, but he had to answer to journalists who, when he said a lie, would be like, actually. That one we know is not true. They're not eating cats. They're not eating dogs. They're not eating the pets of the people who live there. You're lying. Stop. Why are you lying? Why are you lying, Trump? Why are you lying? That's all they said.
I say, as a staunch Trump supporter, bring it on.
Panel, thank you very much indeed.
What a chode. What a jabroni.
It was certainly a fascinating night in what has become...
You're certainly a fascinating bunch. I've been quite fascinated tonight. Let's get on to Frank Luntz.
I think more accurately it says Donald...
Frank, do you think that's the case? Do you think Kamala won? And does that mean she...
God, he looks bad. He looks like Steve Bannon bad. Has he been hitting the bottle? Oh no. Chat, Frank Luntz does not look healthy.
She may now win the election.
I think more...
How old is he?
Accurately, it says Donald Trump lost. And this
is what I've been saying.
It's not the worst debate performance I've seen in my career.
Yeah, how dare ABC say people aren't eating pets? Come on.
Very close to it. The conversations about people eating dogs and cats, calling the leader of Hungary one of the greatest world leaders.
Now, here's the deal, though. I think that Donald Trump got away with that, right? Luntz is talking about Viktor Orban. This is a fascist, right? A fascist strongman from that was in power in Hungary. He's the Trump's whole thing was Viktor Orban said I was a great politician. Viktor Orban says that like we need Donald Trump back. Nobody was afraid. People are afraid of Trump, right? So it's like a dictator saying this guy was a really good dictator. We need to have him back, right? And but the problem is people don't know who Viktor Orban is. They know who Vladimir Putin is. They don't like Vladimir Putin. If he had said Putin, it would have been great. But he didn't. He said Orban. And people just don't know Orban. So I don't think that actually hurt him. just because people are not very well educated.
Repeatedly missing the opportunity.
He looks like Night of the Living Dead. Looks like he lives. Oh no!
Focus on inflation and affordability, and the complete inability to present.
Omega Star says put them in Fox. I'm fine with that. On Fox.
Without completely tearing into her, into Joe Biden, into whomever was in his sights. It was a pretty negative performance, pretty pessimistic, cynical, contemptuous, and I think that this will cost him. Yes,
the election. The election. Say it. Yes. Say it. This will cost him the election.
Is because of this debate performance.
Yo. Okay, like, look, this guy's a Republican. He's not a good guy. All right. Fuck Frank Luntz, right? But also, I'm so glad that I watched this. Right now, look, don't take it to the bank. Don't make it a sure thing. I don't even think that's what Frank Luntz is saying. I'm just think he's saying that in all likelihood, Donald Trump lost his chance at winning the debate, winning the election. And coming from Frank Luntz, that means a lot. If he saw a path, right, he'd be talking about that. Instead, he's like, I think he just lost. I think I just saw him lose.
There are very few undecided voters left. It's about 5% of the vote. And they only matter in 7 states. And those states are too close to call. So essentially, we're looking at less than 1% of America. And they're going to spend $2 billion. The whole race is going to focus on this tiny sliver of the country. But they heard nothing from Trump to give them a sense of anything that would be different going forward. Harris did not talk about details. She did not give her plans, no policies, no specifics. We do know what she cares about, and we know what soundbites she uses. And she was, other than her facial expressions, which were clearly demeaning and hurt her own messaging, she didn't make up any real slips. She didn't, but she didn't tell us who she is. She didn't prioritize. And I actually think that this is pretty bad for the entire country. That if these are the best that the Democrats and Republicans can do, it's a pretty sad state for American democracy.
What I felt watching her was that she had determined clearly in advance that she was going to be prosecutorial, which obviously plays to her prosecutor strengths, that she was going to look at him directly, repeatedly, mock him, scorn him when she believed he was saying ridiculous things, for the optics that that would create, but that she would also go after him quite hard in the way that she did, as if she was in a courtroom. And Trump just seemed like he wasn't ready for that, which I find baffling, because that was always going to be her best chance of taking on Trump, given her background. He just did not seem ready, and unlike with Hillary Clinton, he didn't know how to deal with it. He didn't know how to handle her.
I agree with that. In fact, maybe you should have been his debate prep person, because he clearly didn't listen to the people in his ear.
Look,
the issue with Trump is that his campaign...
Preparation H couldn't have helped Trump on that stage that night. It wasn't his debate people. It was him. It was him.
The campaign in 2024 is better. It is more tuned to what these undecided voters think. It is more effective at drawing a distinction between his record and the...
Yeah, obsessive audio. The only people that know who Orban is, like, by and large, are either on the left, and they're not gonna... They're too smart to vote for Donald Trump ever, or they're on the right, and they really like Viktor Orban. But as far as, like, you know, swing voters being like, ooh, Viktor Orban says he's good, here, let me vote for him, or even them saying, ooh, Viktor Orban, the fascist, no thank you, right? That's not going to happen. That's not going to happen. The people that are, they're both trying to win over, they don't know who Orban is.
Biden-Harris record, and it delivers its negative message in a efficient way. The only thing that's not working about the campaign is the candidate himself.
YouTube auto-played me here from an edited clip of Trump getting a soup can thrown at him. Oh, it's edited. I was about to get excited.
You're correct. Now let's take it a step further.
I bet though Trump, if he really did, he would dodge, right? He would pull a George W. Bush and he would dodge.
Not only was he ill prepared,
he would do the weave. He would do the weave, chat. He would do the weave. Sorry.
But he could not stay on message. He could not stay focused specifically on inflation, affordability, food, fuel, housing, healthcare, none of that. And when given the chance to do it, he diverted onto some other issue that was simply ineffective. And when he talked about immigration, which is his other strong point, he did so out of anger, out of bitterness, out of vitriol.
Did I say Turkish? Doily Swan, did I say Turkish? I apologize. I don't know what's gotten into me. Yeah, you're right. It's Hungarian, definitely not Turkish. I'm not mixing him up with Erdogan, if that's what you're thinking. A video clip about Trump talking about rioters throwing soup cans at the riot police, and then they edit yeah, Erdogan is definitely Turkish, but did I say that Orban was Turkish by accident? I might have. I'm like that tired. I'm that tired. I might have said it.
And that's not how
I do want to I want to watch this guy, and I want to watch RFK, and then if we don't hit the sub goal, I'll go to bed. We are 61% of the way there, so it is possible.
People feel. They want to be safe. They want to be secure. They want a strong border. They agree with Trump. But the way that he articulated it, this resentment and this ugliness, it's too much for undecided voters, and it's going to hurt him come November.
I remember you saying in a Times interview, I think it was just before Biden pulled out of the race, but you said that
if I had Frank Luntz on my stream to talk to, I would ask him if he thought, what he thought about the immigration situation, and if he thought that there might be any kind of October surprise or any kind of psyop or whatever that Trump might try to do, if there was any sort of way that Trump could demagogue immigration a little bit harder, right? Because that's the only thing I can think of, kind of coming in and changing the game here.
And it's Biden's inability to galvanize people to come out.
He seems plastered. I don't know. Maybe he's depressed. I don't know. Maybe he just doesn't want. He's not looking forward to the Kamala Harris administration.
Vote for him, which may be the tipping point for him. Conversely, could it be that her performance last night
Did he just let a little squeaker out? I just thought I heard a
inability to galvanize people to come out and vote for him, which may be the tipping point for him.
What a sad little fart.
Conversely, could it be that her performance last night by Kamala Harris, that might galvanize just a few more people to feel like, yes, I'm going to come out, particularly given that Taylor Swift, the biggest pop star in the world, has come out with a really ringing endorsement. And we know she has millions of Gen Z girls, young women, who
the stands
abide by her every word. Could that move the needle in terms of the polling and ultimately the votes?
Yes, it could. And this is why I was so eager to do this one-on-one with you. You understand it. You were here for long enough that it made a difference. You're one of the few people
letting out a little Trump
who knows British politics and American politics, and in this case, pop culture. She is an icon for younger women who are completely disengaged and
He just gave Pierce accolades for yes, you know that Taylor Swift is a popular person in the United States of America. You know British politics and American politics. Good job. Good job, Pierce. I'm so proud of you. You're so good.
Involved when it was Trump versus Biden. Now that Harris is the opponent, they can't.
It looks like a drippy painting.
And that changes the entire electoral makeup, with younger women taking a bigger percentage of the actual voting public, which I believe that they will. That means that Democrats benefit for the Senate, they benefit for the House, and all the races down ticket. So not only are you seeing this continuing surge for the Harris candidacy, but the Republicans have been stopped in their pursuit of gaining the Senate.
Wait, Trump said, that's better than a brick because you can't throw a brick. It's too heavy. But you can throw soup. You really put some power into it, right? Yeah, I guess so.
And blocked in their pursuit.
I mean, that's probably true. I feel like with a brick, you'd probably throw your arm out. You might pull your arm out of socket, either in your shoulder or your elbow. But with a soup can, you could wing it. You could just wing that thing, right? It would slosh a little bit, but you could wing it.
Pursuit of maintaining control of the House. I think that what happened last night, combined with the Taylor Swift endorsement, gives Democrats at least a 50-50 shot of taking all three positions. And if they do, gone will be the filibuster. D.C. will become a state.
Wait, what? Bro. Oh, D.C. becoming a state would be great, but...
Gives Democrats at least a 50-50 shot of taking all three of the House. I think that but the Republicans have been stopped in their pursuit of gaining the Senate and blocked in their pursuit of maintaining control of the House. I think that what happened last night, combined with the Taylor Swift endorsement, gives Democrats at least a 50-50 shot of taking all three positions. And if they do, gone will be the filibuster. D.C. will become...
Okay, now, here's how that works, though. As far as I understand, correct me if I'm wrong, anybody, gone will be the filibuster if the Democrats have, what is it, like 60 votes? Or 50, is it 55? I'm trying to remember, chat. I'm trying to remember back to Obama, right? There was like one term in which they kind of, when they had everybody see, like there was a whole thing where like Ted Kennedy was dying and Al Franken was coming in, and there was like a little bit of time where they had like do they have 60 seats? I can't remember. 10 plus splatter damage? Damn.
State. There'll be campaign changes in campaign laws and election laws. I'm told that they're going to go after the Supreme Court to add 4 more seats. And when you start to make these fundamental changes, it's hard to see how it's
2/3, so it's 66. Are you sure about that? Because there's nobody that's had 66, right? Obama might have had 60. Obama might have had 60s for like a short time, right? But yeah, there was one. But they also did, oh my God, reconciliation, right? Is that how they did it? They read it through with reconciliation.
Conservatives will come back into power, and
But the problem with reconciliation is you can do one bill per year on reconciliation, and it has to impact the budget, right? It has to change the budget. I think that's the requirement, if I remember correctly.
Frankly, the public is so divided and so angry right now that they may just sit back and say, go ahead, it's your turn.
They'll say, your move. It's time to duel. Your move.
Taylor Swift.
Sorry, chat.
Casting my vote for Kamala Harris and Tim Walz.
He's talking about changing the rule to 60, from 60 to 50. Yeah, so that's the nuclear option that Queen Bee is talking about. And so far, the Democrats have been a little too scared to do that, because obviously the problem with the nuclear option is that then it blows up in your face potentially if you lose the Senate.
Because she fights for the rights and causes, I believe I need a warrior to champion them.
She's a warrior?
Steady-handed, gifted leader. I believe we can accomplish so much more in the country if we're led by calm and not chaos. Particularly, she referenced LGBTQ plus rights, IVF, a woman's right to her own body, and so on. That was a big part of last night, the big exchange about abortion. I thought that was where Kamala Harris was at her most powerful, perhaps, on policy. And if you're a young woman watching that, well, let's watch a clip, actually, because I've got a clip of this. Let's watch a clip.
Yeah, so the whole nuclear option thing that Queen Bee was talking about, right? It points to the fact that a lot of the rules in the Senate are not laws, they're not constitutional, they are conventions. They are agreed upon procedures that are done out of a sense of what they call comedy, right? The House is a lot more contentious, a lot more, fighty, and the Senate is more like operates with
Super chatted $5. MTG versus Laura.
MTG versus Laura. That puts it at 11%. Thank you for the super chat, Oak. And that brings us up to 66% of the donor goal. That is fully 2/3 of the donor goal. You see MTG versus Laura Loomer coming on.
The vote is they have abortion in the 9th month. They even have, and you can look at the governor of West Virginia, the previous governor of West Virginia, not the current governor, who's doing an excellent job, but the governor before, He said the baby will be born and we will decide what to do with the baby. In other words, we'll execute the baby.
Hey, how is Twitch? What did I do? Oh, that was just a weird transition. That's all. I was like, what did I do? Wait, Twitch chat. What's going on? Let me hear from you if you're in Twitch chat. It looks like we've got a decent crowd in there, but I'm not seeing a lot of chat. Let me know you're alive over there in Twitch chat.
Trump abortion bans that make no exception even for rape and incest, which understand what that means. A survivor of a crime of violation.
Seth Evans says bourgeoisie, congeniality, their precise civility. Yeah, that's what pisses me off about the Senate.
To their body does not have the right to make a decision.
But what that means, though, is that if they want to, right, if they abandon that, then they can, yeah, do the nuclear option, right? But the nuclear option makes it so that, like, you know, there's no more, or at least what they do is they set the rules at the beginning. If I'm not mistaken, yo, Omega Star with the 100 bits, letting us know that Twitch chat is indeed alive. But like, it feels like there's kind of like a lot of people over there. There's kind of a lot of people, but they're all lurkers. So enjoy your lurking, lurkers, if that's what you wish. I just wish to hear from you. And that puts us up to 67%, over 2/3 of the way there. Not West Virginia, but Virginia. Oh wait, Dr. Roboculus says butterfly.
Decision about what happens to their body next. That is immoral.
They can change. Yeah. Every year they're allowed to set the vote threshold at the beginning of the Senate, and so I guess the idea is that if the Democrats decided, okay, it's going to be 50, it's going to be 51, then the Republicans would probably, if they got back in, they would be like, it's 51, like it would, I don't know, literally what all that ending the filibuster entails. Swear Harris puts, so you know what that tells you? On some level, the Democrats like having the filibuster. They like the fact that if there's a bill that's really fucking popular that they can pass through the House and it gets to the Senate, that they can say, ooh, geez, I'm so sorry, I would love to do it, but the Republicans twisted my arm. We're going to have to water the bill down. I'm sorry. And it's convenient because the donors love that too. The donors don't want when the people get a progressive hair up their butt, their proverbial butt, their collective butt, the Democrats' job a lot of times is just to keep that from translating into a single payer healthcare system, for instance, right? Give us something, water it down, Obama. That's what he's there for.
And one does not have to abandon their faith or deeply held beliefs to agree. The government, and Donald Trump certainly, should not be telling a woman what to do with her body.
I thought that was very powerful for Harris.
It was. And the fact is, he won't look at her. I'm watching this again, and I'm thinking, as a debate coach, turn your face, pay attention. He's looking either at the camera or the moderator.
Well, no, his problem is, though, that if he looks at Kamala, he's going to get mad, right? If he reacts, he's going to be nasty. And he kind of knows not to do that, right? Like, he's kind of like just doing his best he can to maintain, and he's not maintaining very well.
And showing no acceptance that she's right there. And by the way, you know what that looks like? For every woman that reminds them of their husband or their boyfriend simply ignoring what they have to say, having disrespect and contempt, and it's agitating to women watching. Trump can't just win with men. He's got to get women. I don't know if you heard me say this, but the issue, Donald Trump reminds women of their first husband's divorce lawyer. That is just absolutely disastrous.
Can he win in Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan, the three crucial swing states, just with men?
No, but you can't win the country. Right now, the gender gap is roughly even. She's up 15, 17 points among women. He's up 13, 14 points among men.
Okay, now whoever said that they thought that maybe Frank Luntz was actually sloshed, you could be right. You could be right.
Get the gap that they're more female voters, but it is this mirror image of each other. And it goes back to a point that I make on your show that I make every time I speak out. These divisions are getting worse and worse, and it's going to become, at some point you break. At some point you can't talk to each other. Playing identity politics or woke politics is dividing the country, and it's getting horrific. And I'm so glad you showed that clip, because the contempt that he shows her, she's pissed at him. I assume you can use that word.
Yeah.
But the contempt that he shows her is going to hurt him with female voters.
He's on YouTube. People don't realize this, right? People see the chyrons and everything, and they assume that Piers is somehow with a network. He's not. He's not. He's gone. He is no longer going to be on a network. He's a persona non grata, where he what was it, GB, that he used to work at?
Particularly older female voters who otherwise might have voted for him. And you're going to see this in the polls. It'll take about 4 or 5 days to show up. But I do think that this has the potential to be a fatal mistake on Trump's part.
Ronald Reagan famously had a terrible first debate before he became president and turned things around with a brilliant second debate. If there was another debate, do you think Trump has it in him to recognize what went wrong last night and to be a different character in a second debate?
He has the capability to turn this around. Absolutely. Because the public thinks he was a better president. The public thinks that the administration was more successful. The public is actually on his side on the two issues that matter most. But they've come to really dislike him. And I think I'm as explicit as I am, because I don't believe that he understands just how angry people are with him.
He has an Alex Jones set, yeah.
Just how frustrated they are with him and how they want him to simply be quiet. And he's incapable of...
Look, they would rather, okay, if they were going to if the Republicans were going to try as hard as they could, and the Democrats were going to try as hard as they could, get rid of Biden, get rid of Trump, right? Find somebody that rises to the top the way that Kamala does, and then you've got a real election. You got a real chance. You got a possibility, right? They won't do it. They won't do it. The Republicans will not do it. Trump will not do it. Trump is too much in his ego. He's too much in his feelings, and he's actually got too much on the line. Much like Netanyahu, he needs to be in office. He needs to be the president in order to avoid legal responsibility that he's got.
Doing it. He wants all the cameras. I'm thinking, what analogy can I do with the stuff that's sitting in front of me right now? He believes that if he's speaking, he's winning. That if the camera's lights are on, that he's successful. And someone has never gotten into his head and said, you know what? For you, sir, just for a moment, a little silence would go a long way.
You know, he had 6 minutes more airtime than Kamala Harris last night. If he'd had 6 minutes less airtime, he might have won the debate.
I don't know about that, Piers, but I do know that there are probably, it would probably be 6 minutes of him saying bullshit less. There'd be 6 minutes less of clips, and maybe that gives Kamala a chance to mess up herself, right? Maybe there's 6 minutes more of her talking, and she says something embarrassing. She says something wrong. She says something that he jumps on, right? It's possible, but in terms of him winning the debate, he was so far off, and Frank Luntz is missing this.
Exactly. You got it.
Frank Luntz, brilliant to talk to you, as always. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It's my pleasure.
Well, join me now is the former independent presidential candidate, now part of Trump's transition team, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Brilliant to have you back, Robert. How are you?
Piers, thank you for having me.
Are you ready? Are you ready for the RFK? We are 33% away from hitting the dono goal. I feel like there's a possibility that it could happen, but I don't know, chat. I don't know. We've got RFK, and that's it. I'm gonna either watch this and go to bed, or there's gonna be bonus content, and I will happily do that. But either way, Either way. RFK.
What did you honestly
Let's
think
go.
about last night's debate? I'll tell
He
you.
looks like a Fallout 1 NPC. He kind of does. Suffering Rads. Wait, are you talking about RFK or Frank Luntz?
What I honestly thought. I thought Trump lost and Kamala Harris won.
Yeah, I think that Vice President Harris was better prepared and that she was much more polished. I think that she also had the hosts on her side, which I think allowed her to get away with some of the statements on the substantive issues.
Chad, imagine if this guy was the vice president, right? Can you imagine having him in a debate as Tim Walz? What would you do to try to, what would you try, chat, let me know in chat, what would you try to get him talking about? Would you go for the bear? Would you go for like vaccines? Like what would you try? Would you go for his weird thing about like the Ashkenazi Jews and how the how COVID doesn't affect them or whatever the hell he said? What would you try to get this guy talking about if you were going to use the Kamala Harris strategy on RFK Jr.? I feel like the debate would be so much more entertaining with this guy instead of JD Vance. I mean, it's still going to be fun with JD Vance. Like Waltz is gonna wreck him. But Whaleheads says Sensible Solutions. These are my Ravens. Wait, Schmegley, are you talking about the was that was in the Ammon Animations video, right?
And for me, Piers, on the substantive,
Ask him about pets. Yes. Have you been to Spring? What if it was RFK eating the pets instead of the? Oh my God, chat. That's the solution. That's the solve.
Issues. I think Trump does better. His delivery is bad, and I think a lot of the things that Frank Luntz just said are
more like Frank Lunch.
Accurate. But you know, the first question, I'll give you an example. The first question, which I think was the most important question of the night, was, are you better off today than you were 4 years ago?
She didn't answer.
She never answered that.
Yeah.
She never answered.
Good night, Saris.
And the hosts were calling Trump on, you know, and debunking and fact checking him on all of his questions.
The AFK yeah, let's get, wait, did I just say AFK Jr.? This is AFK Jr. This is AFK Jr. Wait, let me show you that really quick. Let me show you that. Okay. Oh no, what do we have?
What happens if you have another episode like we saw during
Wait, I'm trying to find the part with RFK. Wait, that's him, right?
Jeffrey Epstein, I took 2 plane rides. I think my plane rides with Jeffrey Epstein, I took 2 plane rides with him. My wife knew his girlfriend, Ghislaine Maxwell, and you know, I ran across Jeffrey Epstein at parties. I mean, at fundraisers, the Robin Hood fundraiser in New York. And I'm, you know, but other than that, I had no relationship with him.
How do you address concerns about your capability to handle the toughest job in the world well into your 80s?
Wait, where's the part about the Ravens?
senators and congressmen running for office.
Hey, everybody, these are my two ravens. They're not actually mine. They're just taming them.
Thank you, President Biden.
Yeah, there's the ravens.
But they did not discipline her on that. And
let me ask you that, Robert. So why didn't Trump then jump in and say, you haven't answered the question, Kamala, are we better off now than we were before I left office? And it was his failure to jump in and get the answers he wanted or the questions he wanted. I just felt that was weird. He just
Expedition Mallard says, do you think there will be a vice presidential debate? Yes, September 25th, and we'll be covering it. If I have to, chat, I'll cover it where like you have to put the debate up at the same time as I'm on, and you'll have to like listen to it in either in another tab or with another device. But if there's any way that I can stream it just like in a normal way, I'll try to do that too. I guess Majority Report managed to stream it last time, so I had a lot of fun, and I had fun making the video, even though it made me stay up till 3 o'clock in the morning.
Seemed to want to do that. And I'm not quite sure whether he was told not to or was told to behave himself, whatever it may be. He was very un-Trump-like last night.
Yeah, you know, he actually, historically, he's been one of the greatest debaters in American history. I mean, he dispatched 16 opponents in a row in 2016, but last night...
Can we be honest about those opponents? We're talking about the likes of Jeb Bush, Ted Cruz. I'm trying to remember who else. Chris Christie. Like, you say opponents, but I feel like that gives them too much credit. I feel like they were punching dummies.
He was not showing that side, and I think he lost.
Yeah, that's crazy that Vance agreed to a debate. Yeah, it's not a good idea for him.
A huge opportunity to really showcase his policies. Like Frank said, he was the better president. I mean, we have doubled the inflation, the housing prices have doubled. There's 15 million more Americans in poverty.
It's so weird how they're willing to like see the like, you know, they're willing to like cut Trump a break completely for 2020, which you could say that like, yeah, COVID, right? You can't just judge him purely by the numbers, but at the same time, his actions, his performance as president, like his clownery around the biggest public health emergency in our lifetimes is like made the situation worse, unarguably. But at the same time, they're like, oh no, but like all the inflation that was in the deck when Biden came into office. Because yeah, again, what you had was a influx of money into the economy through the stimulus and PPP loans, and a reduction of products, right? You had too much money chasing too few products. That gets you inflation. That was in the cards, right? But they won't give Biden a break for that. They'll give Trump every break in the world, but they won't consider that. It's just weird how people's minds work.
Suicide rates have gone through the roof. The drug overdoses, all the indicia of social deterioration have increased dramatically after, and then the immigrant problem, which I think he talked about constantly, but I think
did Biden take the MAGA hat and give it to Kamala? No, because that was AI.
Well-articulated response on that would have been much more effective than the way that it was done. And then on the issues of war, I think, Vice President Harris was bragging about her endorsements by people like Dick Cheney and John Bolton. These are the neocons. There's 225 neocons who endorsed her in the last week. These are people who are pro-war, pro-censorship, pro-surveillance. These are the people who gave us the Patriot Act, that gave us the Iraq War. They're not endorsing her because they've changed their mind about anything. They were exiled from both the Republican and Democratic Party. Now they're all back. And that's what I worry most about.
What's breathing to your balls? It's like a right-wing I don't know what you want to call it. Like, right? It's one of these like, oh my God, it's so hard to explain. It's like the nofap thing, kind of. Like manosphere guys that think that like they can like increase their T levels by semen retention or whatever, or in this case, breathing into their balls.
Vice President Harris as a president that, we're closer now to nuclear conflict than we've been at any time since 1948. And we're in with these wars.
What? Is there something in 1948 that I just don't know about? For Korea, are we talking Korea? I'm trying to figure out what bro is talking about.
In the Iraq War, which
Harris stole sword in the balls, changed my mind.
We should have never gotten into, and she doesn't seem to understand at all. She has an inch of knowledge.
You think Trump understands that?
About it. And, unfortunately, he did not take the...
Why did Trump try to quid pro quo the Harris campaign before he became a MAGA lunatic? I don't know.
The opportunity to force her to drill down on that and explain exactly what we're doing there and why we walked away from 2 peace treaties with Putin.
But he also...
let's ask that question.
But he also, Robert, I want to play the clip about Ukraine and then ask you a follow-up on this. Let's take a listen.
I want to ask you a very simple question tonight. Do you want Ukraine to win this war?
I want the war to stop. I want to save lives that are being people being killed by the millions. It's the millions. It's so much worse than the numbers that you're getting, which are fake numbers.
Now, we all want the war to end, but he dodged that question. And he was also asked, look, you said, as he repeatedly says, I can solve this in 24 hours. He said last night, I'll get it done in between winning the election and the inauguration. I'll get this sorted. But I still remain completely mystified how Donald Trump will get this sorted without handing Putin a win in terms of allowing him to keep some or all of the territory that he's taken. Is there something I'm missing here? Because I don't see any other way this gets ended quickly.
Yeah, I mean, right now, I think it's more difficult than ever. I think it would have been very easy, in April of 2022, Putin signed a peace agreement and began withdrawing his troops, and he left Donbass and Lugansk as part of Ukraine. And President Biden forced Boris Johnson to go over there and make Zelensky tear up that agreement. And then since then, there's been 600,000 Ukrainian kids who have died and 300,000 Russians. Back then, it would have been very easy.
I feel like I don't know as much about Ukraine as I know about other subjects, but I feel like he's somehow full of shit here.
Easy. The more the Russians commit to this, the more difficult it becomes. And right now, the Russians are devastating the Ukrainians. The Ukrainians have lost the war. The Russians are routing them on every front, and
is that his idea of a joke?
It becomes much more difficult to end
what?
the war.
Also, look, I don't want to make fun of his medical condition, and maybe that's why he's shaking. Either that, or there's some kind of elaborate joke going on.
On every front, difficult it becomes, and right now, the Russians are devastating the Ukrainians. The Ukrainians have lost the war. The Russians are routing them on every.
It's a weird thing to say about a country that has successfully invaded Russia.
Front, and it becomes much more difficult.
What is going on, Chad? Do you hear that? What is happening?
To end the war in a way that's satisfactory, that leaves Ukraine as a functioning nation, the farther we go into it. So I think it's more difficult now than ever, but Putin has, until very recently, he has persistently asked for negotiations, persistently. And in fact, Ukraine passed a law making it illegal to negotiate with him. What kind of, what are we into here that you can't negotiate with your opponent? This is, it's inexplicable. But I think the war can be ended. It has to be ended. It's either going to end with the total defeat of Ukraine, or we can save some part of Ukraine at this point. But the Russians are not.
At this point, Russia's actually having more trouble holding together as a country.
Not going to win and lose this war.
He might be green screening. But did you hear that, chat? Did anybody hear that? I don't know what part of RFK's presentation are disability and what parts are just him being weird. Like, I feel like he's trying to make a joke. I feel like because of the duck thing, remember the duck thing? Like, I feel like he's trying to be like he's trying to make people think that he's got a duck, he's got a pet duck that maybe he's going to eat.
From the beginning, it was obvious that the Russians would not lose this war.
Oh, good point. Wait. He has like a menagerie of birds, doesn't he? Like, yeah, that's for real. We know he has hawks and we know he has falcons, right? I don't know beyond that. Does he have ducks? Do the ducks hunt for him? Does he take the ducks fishing? Do the ducks have those rings on their neck where they can't swallow the fish? And they go down and catch the fish and they bring it back to RFK Jr.?
It was a foolhardy errand by Anthony Blinken and the people who are making these very, very bad decisions. The neocons in the White House who are making these decisions. It was a horrendous
But let me ask you that. Okay, but let me.
Mistake.
Look, you and I have debated Ukraine quite a lot, and I don't really agree with your take on this. But let me ask you the same question Trump dodged. Would you like Ukraine to win, just in principle?
What I want is peace in the region. Oh,
well, everybody wants that.
Victory means right now.
But the question is
but
really.
I don't know what victory means. I mean, by winning.
Clearly, he uses his ravens.
What do you mean by that? Do you mean beating Russia, going into Kerr?
Do you think it's his rubber ducky? No, it actually. You know what it sounded more like to me? It sounded like he has a cell phone with like either like a timer or or that's his ringtone. Could that be his ringtone?
Which they're now in Russia. Do I think that that's a good idea? Do I think that that was a good strategy?
Well, I would think
no.
President Zelensky would
categorize.
Well, I would say winning would mean that the Russian forces withdraw from the Ukrainian territory that they've invaded. That's what winning would look like. Ukraine.
Do you mean including Crimea? I don't think that's ever going to happen.
Well, I doubt it would include Crimea.
I think
let's park Crimea to one side. But in terms of the invasion in 2022, the land that Putin has taken, I would say that Ukraine and Zelensky would see victory as the Russians having to pull out of that.
Wasn't that a quack? Yeah, that's what it sounded like to me.
Well, they had that deal in April of 2022. That was the deal. Donbass and Lugansk would remain part of Ukraine, and the only thing the Russians wanted was, number one, keep NATO out of Ukraine, which is a valid security demand by the Russians. We would not allow Russian coalitions into Mexico or Cuba. We've already shown that. The other thing they wanted is to make sure that Ukraine ended the civil war against the Russian-speaking and ethnic Russians in Donbass and Lugansk, that they could speak their own language. They would be autonomous region within Ukraine, the same way that Quebec is in Canada. Those were reasonable demands, and I think that was
like my understanding of why they don't make a compromise on Luhansk and Donetsk is that this would just be buying Russia more time to, like Russia's actually running into an issue of its own, sort of troop shortage, its own supply shortage, right? And this would be giving Russia more time to rearm. I think the reason they don't do that is that they know that all that does is that kicks the issue down the road, right? They would have to deal with Russia again. I think is the reason that Ukraine's not big on that. Now that being said, there's going to have to be some kind of negotiated settlement at some point, right? But they are taking part of Russia. I mean, I don't know how much of that is to have a bargaining chip of we'll get out of Russia if you'll get out of part of the occupied oblast or what. But yeah, I am realistic about this. I don't think that any sort of total Ukrainian victory is going to happen. But that being said, yeah, I sort of understand why they're not jumping to get to the table with Russia. And, for the rest of Europe, for countries like Poland, and the Baltic countries, right? It's kind of like even France seems to have like a lot invested in this, right? To the point where France is talking about putting in troops into Ukraine, not to fight, but just to be there in case Ukraine is like invaded, right? And then if these French troops are like hurt, then they've got a pretext to actually to go to war over that. But it's the whole idea is that it won't just be Ukraine. If Russia kind of like gets away with this and is rewarded for their invasion of Ukraine, then you can bet that Poland and the Baltics will be next, and who knows what happens after that.
Victory for everybody. And unfortunately, we walked with the Biden administration, including Kamala Harris, who said she met 5 times with President Zelensky, walked away from that deal. It's left everybody in a much worse position today than they were.
Okay,
this was an avoidable war.
I think all wars should be avoided. Let me talk about animals with you. You've established your credentials in the animal world. And
oh my God, I'm glad we listened to the last of this chat. I wanted to get to bed. Oh, that's a cute bird. I wanted to get to bed, but holy shit, no, I got to hear about the animals.
Your own campaign. Let me play a clip from last night involving Donald Trump and pets.
Oh my God.
What they have done to our country.
Please, you could have asked him about the bear. You could have asked him about the whale. You could have asked him about his falcons, right? There's a lot of good animal questions for RFK Jr. Do we really have to go back to this? I mean, I guess he just wants to dunk on Trump some more. It really worries me because, like I said, as much as this does hurt the Trump campaign, it also hurts Haitians in Springfield.
By allowing these millions and millions of people to come into our country and look at what's happening to the towns all over the United States. And a lot of towns don't want to talk. It's not going to be Aurora or Springfield. A lot of towns don't want to talk about it because they're so embarrassed by it. In Springfield, they're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there. And this is what's happening in our country.
I'm sorry, one more time, okay?
They're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there. And this is what's happening in our country. They're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there. And this is what's happening in our country. They're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there. And this is what's happening in our country. Cat dog, cat dog. They're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there. And this is what's happening in our country.
Anyway, that was...
Did you think that was a big mistake of Trump to go down that line?
Yeah, I do. I don't think, I think he had a winning argument there. That they didn't, the administration, the Biden administration, did not need legislation to end the invasion at the border. It looks like the Boston Marathon on the border. I've been down there. And
what?
You go...
The Boston Marathon?
There are 27 holes in the wall, in the Trump wall. And each one of those holes has a giant pile of construction material next to them for finishing the wall.
No. The Trump part of the wall is actually falling apart. I don't know if he's.
The Biden administration came in, they ordered that construction suspended, and they left that stuff to
Most won't feel that nice base.
rust right next to the wall. Any American can go down and see that. They tore up the fences. They tore up the.
Fuck the fence. Fuck the walls. Fuck you. Go wear a whale head, you brainwormed asshole.
Sensor equipment, the long-range cameras, the night lights, and all of the material, and
fuck your goddamn surveillance state, RFK Jr., you hypocritical piece of dog shit.
People in.
Like, look, if there's any justice in the world, chat, this guy will be some animal's food someday, all right? If there's any fucking justice with all the fucking harm that he's inflicted on animals, right? He's gonna get some fucking karma at some point. And look, RFK, sometimes you eat the bear, and sometimes the bear eats you. Let's hope that day comes soon for him.
Change two policies, the catch and release policy and the Migrant Protection Act, to make it so the Border Patrol couldn't do their job. All they need to do is reverse those decisions. That's all they had to do. They didn't need legislation.
So why didn't Trump say that
political
rather
decision
than
for them,
accusing all the migrants of eating everyone's pets?
I wish he had. I wish he had. And I think, again, that he lost a lot of opportunities to
maybe the Ravens, maybe the Falcons, right?
To Vice President.
Oh, no, chat. I can imagine some Edgar Allan Poe death for Robert F. Kennedy with the Ravens.
About the failed record of this administration. And she was able to...
Animals don't want to eat him. He's got worms. Oh, that's right. It'll spread parasites more.
As I said, if you look at his record, and Franklin said this as well, the previous person you interviewed, if you look at his record, people want that record. People want to go back to no inflation. They want to go back to 15 million Americans not being below the poverty line, which has happened during the Biden administration.
That is fucking cargo cult thinking right there, right? Oh, yeah, because we had Trump and things were like this, so if we have Trump again, then things will be like that. Just irrespective of the fact that these material realities take place irrespective of who is in the fucking White House. This is magical fucking thinking that he's doing.
Want to go back to where
this is the brainworm talking.
Rate and the drug overdoses were low, and all of these other issues where life was affordable, or we weren't at war. But President Trump was not adept at defending his record, and I think he lost an opportunity, and I think it's sad.
I think that he was defending too much.
Has it cost him the election?
I feel like he was gunt guarding, and that's what cost him the debate.
Frank Luntz said, after some thought, I think he's blown the election with that debate.
Well, I would say this, Piers, that if you look at
he's like, well, I'm part of the campaign now. I can't say that. I need that guy to get in.
Topsy-turvy history of this election where, when the night that President Trump got shot, and for the week after that, he was unbeatable. There was no way that anybody could ever challenge him. 2 weeks later, you had President Biden drop out. You had Harris take over. You had the convention. And the Democrats were up on top again. And by the fifth day of the convention...
Yeah, that brainworm is ratatouilleing him.
When everybody thought Vice President Harris was unbeatable, suddenly you had another 40% or 30% shift in Nate Silver's rating, where he rated, prior to the convention, that Trump had a 40% chance of winning, and yesterday, 2 days ago, it was now a 70% chance. So I would not make any predictions about what will happen in this election, because so many crazy things have happened this term, and I just don't know where it's going to go from there. I think Frank Luntz is really very smart. And he's a friend of mine. I've known him for 30 years.
Of course he is. Everybody fucking Sussy Baca's a friend of yours. You're friends with Epstein.
I very much enjoyed seeing him on your show. I think that was
You're probably friends with Roger Stone.
Rash prediction, because I don't think anybody in the world can predict what's going to happen in this.
Probably friends with Dersh.
What's going to happen next? It's the craziest election that I've ever seen in my life.
It's the fucking wildest stream that I've ever had, honestly, chat. This was a wild and wacky stream. Make sure to like it on your way out, though, if you have not already.
Time, and it must be one of the.
Look. I normally give it a little more time to see if we can hit the sub goal, but I mean, if this when he's done talking, I'm done streaming. I'm gonna go to bed. All right. A very little time.
Craziest in American history.
Have you spoken to Donald Trump since the debate last night?
No, I haven't spoken to him. I've spoken to people on his team, and
I feel like he's gonna say something like pedophile or something. Like I have spoken to. He's gonna name Ghislaine Maxwell or something. I don't know. Like I feel like
members.
I don't want to know what's on his freaking thing. I don't want to know what's on his like cell phone, right? Like who he's talking to.
And what have you said?
I think they feel like the same way that I do. I think that there were some lost opportunities.
Robert F. Kennedy Jr.
Oh my God, chat. We're done. I'm going to bed. All right. We'll try to hit the sub goal again tomorrow night. We've got a lot of good content to get through. And there's more stuff. I like there were so many videos that like would have been perfect for tonight. And I saved them to my playlist. Hopefully they stay on that playlist. I don't know what's going on, chat. Like I'm having a problem with tech. I don't know if I need to get a better computer or what I need to do to solve this problem. But yeah, again, the stream went down. I had YouTube's loading slow for me. I had the playlist. I don't understand what's going on with the playlist. But anyway, that's more for me to worry about and fix. And I will try to do that. So much love, chat. I will see you tomorrow. We'll try to play some Fallout New Vegas. Again, look for that Twitch. We'll try to do a Twitch subathon. We'll do a big long marathon stream, and we'll try to grind to 200 subs, and then I mean that would actually take some pressure off of me, right? You would see me possibly even with highlights in my hair. That's what I'm talking about, chat. I want to get to the point where I can afford to take care of my hair, take care of everything that I need to take care of, and make this shit fucking stable, because it's almost there. It's almost there. We just have to grind a little bit harder, either on Twitch or on YouTube or on Patreon or a combination. But yeah, thank you for everybody for all the support. Thank you for the Thumb Gang. Thank you to the Throne Gang. Thank you to all the gangs out there that keep me alive. And massive appreciation to all of you. I will see you again tomorrow. We got more COPE to go over and just more stuff in general. Also, maybe more drama. I feel like it's about time. Usually we do our drama on Saturday. And I get that some people are like, there was too much Sunday. There was too much Sunday. There was too much Tyler for a while. You're right. So I do try to keep it to one day. So, or at least keep it to the weekends, right? Does that make sense? Keep the drama on the weekends and then do the politics on the weekdays. I feel like that makes the most sense. Anyway, much love, everybody. I will see you tomorrow. I got to get to some sleep and get some food. I'm hungry and I am sleepy. So yeah, these remixes are fire. I agree with you, Closer. But anyway, much love, everybody. I got to sleep.